Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third day of the From Adaptive Reuse to Adaptive Architecture Conference. Our session today is we're starting with the session from historical materialism to a cultural plural storytellings. In this panel, we will have 4 speakers, and one of them, the third speaker, will be on Zoom. And we are very excited to hear their papers. Our first speaker is Meherzad Shroff. Meherzad is an architectural practitioner, researcher, and educator based in Adelaide, Australia. And he is going to be sharing with us his paper, Retelling Latent Narratives. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Meherzad Shroff. I'm a sessional lecturer at Adelaide University South. These are 9 designs from the same building, the same heritage listing, the same hypothetical program, new architecture school, inserted into the Student Union building at the University of Adelaide. Each design came out of a completely different reading from the building's latent history. This paper outlines my design research methodology, developed in my PhD, through the lens of narrative theory. Specifically, it all refers comparative essay, architecture, and narrativity. The paper seeks to show that adaptive reuse, through my design research methodology, can be read as a critical narrative practice, retelling the latent history of a building through deliberate acts of design. In 2022, I completed my PhD defense, the site-specific installation located within the memorial posters of the Union House. This soft, rootless building was designed between 1969 and 1975 by Dixon and Patten architects, with the lead architect being Robert Dixon. Early in my PhD, I found myself on a plane to Hobart, Tasmania, to visit the retired university administrator, Ralph Millingway. Ralph had been a university client during the design and construction of Union House in the late 1960s. He worked closely with Robert Dixon, the architect, to procure and deliver the building. During the few days I spent with him, I came to know that he had kept everything from that period in a box. But more importantly, he had sat down and we had talked about the building, and he shared all these wonderful stories of the people he met and interacted with during that period, and the colorful characters which were around him during that time. 7 months after that meeting, he passed away. But what he gave me in those stories was irreplaceable and a dimension under-engaged within heritage practice. My PhD works through a conceptual paradox between adaptive reuse and heritage and architectural additions. On one side of this paradox is adaptive reuse, which is focused on change. On the other side is a discipline oriented towards maintaining stasis, that is heritage. When a building is heritage listed, architects have well-developed strategies for working through buildings, materialist and tangible qualities, what we can see, touch, measure. But intangible heritage can sit outside the visual spectrum, and it is under-engaged with. These histories are tied to events, memories, and people who inhabited or designed a place and tend to remain latent, or what I call latent histories. How do we design new architectural additions from intangible heritage? This was my problematic in my PhD. The literature review in my thesis moved across 3 themes: the cultural term and adaptive reuse as a design process, and intangible heritage and a designer's agency. To summarize this and to sort of move swiftly in this presentation, I will focus on one direction through it. Lee Botez and Van Schiemenpohl, in their recent work, Adaptive Reuse and the Built Heritage, 2019, get closest to naming the destination in my thesis, asserting that the future practice should actively search for values and memory of the host space and try to establish a meaningful relationship between the present, past, and through a sequence of tangible and intangible associations. To visualize this gap between existing practice and what I was proposing as a future practice, I developed a diagram called the expanded field of preservation, placing material and program on one axis and the thematic potential available to architect on the other. Memory, sound, authorship, the building becomes not a fixed object, but a dynamic repository. Be it Botez and Van Schiemenpohl named the destination, my design research methodology develops a possible route through concepts of latent histories and a three-phase design process: active collection, interpretive abstract interpretation, and iterative translation. More on this very soon. One way to read this expanded field is to Rodolfo Machundo's thinking in his 1976 article, Old Buildings as Palimpsest, towards a theory of remodeling. He called for architects to use metaphor as a device for transformation, lacking the act of working with existing buildings to rewriting. He recognized that buildings are repositories and architects have genuine interpretive agency over recasting them as palimpsests. Machindo falls short of expressing a working conceptual framework, but the direction he points to was productive. When we are speaking of producing new forms from an old story, he is reaching towards narrative discourse without quite arriving there. Since completing my PhD, I've been engaging with Paul Ricoeur's, specifically his 1998 comparative essay, Architecture and Narrativity, which he proposes that architecture would be to space as to what narrative is to time. Reading that essay through the lens of adaptive reuse and heritage elucidates the underlying narrative structures operating within my design methodology, structures I have been working with intuitively and inductively through without yet having a framework to name them. His framework offers an expanded vocabulary for buildings read as texts where architects assume the role as an active reader, and the design intervention becomes a simultaneous rewriting. I will now map my design methodology and read it in parallel with Ricoeur's narrative arc. My design methodology consists of three phases: active collection, abstract interpretation, and iterative translation, bound by a conceptual line of thought that limits the loss of intangible information as it passes through each stage. Ricoeur's threefold mimesis arc, reconfiguration, configuration, reconfiguration, describes a narrative, not as a literary category only. For Ricoeur, narrative is also a fundamental structure of human experience in time. On recent reflection, the two structures map onto each other with some precision. In my PhD, active collection is a pre-configurative act. Through oblique questioning, directed across material traces, recorded archive, and the designer's own phenomenological subjectivity, I seek to reveal qualities, traits, and latent histories that exist outside the visual layer. Here I'm extending the existing building, conventionally viewed as a static artifact, and recasting it as an active repositor. For Ricoeur, mimesis is pre-configuration. Narrative is already operating before it achieves literary form. The architectural parallel for him is embedded in the rhythms he calls inhabiting. In the collective habits, in the exchange of memory, narrative at this stage is imminent, not a text, not yet a text. In my PhD, abstract interpretation moves to collect the material from a gaseous state into a solid state. Here I act as a condenser, sorting, structuring, visualizing through hybrid architectural artistic practices like sculpture, simulation, drawing, and creative writing to produce what I call mnemonic artifacts. Here, a provisional concordance is drawn from discordant histories, maintaining conceptual fidelity to the host building. For Ricoeur, mimesis is configuration. Mimesis too is configuration. Narrative transforms lived experiences into literary form through three operations. This first is emplotment. Heterogeneous events and motives and circumstances are gathered into temporal synthesis. The second is intelligibility. All narratives contain concordance and discordance, wresting clarity from what would otherwise be inextricable. The third is intertextuality, which situates each act of writing within a network of prior texts. The architectural parallel for Ricoeur is emplotment finds a spatial equivalent in a spatial synthesis of heterogeneous events. Intelligibility finds it as a petrified memory of old making or through an act of edifying. And intertextuality can be read as architecture as a dialogue or a dialectic with the discipline. In my PhD, iterative translation, the mnemonic artifact is merged into a new program and consolidated into architecture through translation tactics, morphological maneuvers, and including bricolage, site scaling, recycling, decompositions, etc. From the recursive reconfiguration, the narrative re-enters the world to reading, completing what Gadamer calls a fusion of horizons. The parallel act is dwelling. The inhabitant reads the built work as a reader reads a text, and that perception ranges from complicity to outright refusal. Recur here moves to contextualize architecture within the sitting as a dialectic with the reception of the public. And this reception is what Recur calls a work of memory. I will now quickly talk about heritage adaptive reuse within this context as well, and we could potentially return to this in the question time. Before a building is heritage listed, it is in a pre-configurative space. But once it is heritage listed, its significance is declared, closed, locked. There's an act of stasis which occurs when a building is heritage listed. But that heritage listing, as Lobato reminds us, heritage is fabricated. The emplotment of heritage is such, and an identity becomes fixed, or what Recur calls idiom, sameness persisting unchanged through time. But Recur gives us a second identity, it's selfhood, and the remaining faithful precision through capacity of change. Adaptive reuse introduces that disruption. It unlocks the closure of heritage and enables configuration and reconfiguration, recomposing a building's identity into an idiom of ipsum. I will now go through my design work. I started this design with the oblique question, where does the building exist outside itself? As I mentioned, I went and met Ralph Middingway, but I came to Ralph undergoing an extensive reading of the building's history outside the building through its student publications. There, Ralph appeared many times, and that's how I found myself to him. From reading the periodicals and understanding how the building was used as a student union and Ralph's stories, I came across the different spaces and whatnot, and I produced these architectural tectonic sculptures, or the mnemonic artifacts in this case, visualizing different uses of the building, which Ralph and which I had found out about. So the building had various functions within it, being chefs, it had a games room, it had a photography studio, etc. They're all visualized as tectonic sculptures. Here, emplotment is taking place from the oral histories from Ralph's pre-configurated state. These sculptures were then constructed, disassembled, and then assembled into where they existed in the building, and then disassembled into a sort of architectural form. And then over time, they were resolved into a complete building. Now, the intersectionality between the sort of pre-configured stage and the eventual building, the silver now serves to hold up a beam, and the abacus from the anchors sculpture is the structural system within the building. And then this sort of movement, as I move from gaseous to solid, the buildings are eventually resolved into a completed building, which is planned with a program of an architecture school. And all 9 designs in my thesis undergo this type of process. The second design I undertook in this was to unpack design from sound. Here, I am collecting sounds of a building, and I'm then converting them into importing them and using a way to create an architectural form, a mnemonic artifact, which is then brought into the building and then converted across into the architecture. The last design, which I will show, is a method acting approach. Here, I am undertaking a simultaneous narrative arc within myself, where I follow an architect of the building throughout his life, recreating his work and his journey from his education all the way to his passing, understanding his work from various dimensions, doing an exhibition, retracing his steps, drawing in the same ways in which he did, understanding his past. And here I am becoming the narrative system within myself entirely, moving towards a critical prestige. My conclusion is that this process with the narrative working theory leads towards what I call a critical adaptive. Thank you.
Thank you, Meherzad. Our next paper is The Spirit of a Building Within the Theory of Adaptability in Architecture, a Conceptual Framework, that will be presented by José Evandro Henriques, who's an architect and a research associate at the Adaptable Futures Research Group at Loughborough University, and he is a PhD student at the Federal University of Pernambuco, Brazil. His co-authors are not here, but this paper is like with Fernando, Diniz, Moreira, Robert Schmidt, and Milas Lima Santos. Fernando, José will be last.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Federica, Mariana. I don't know if you are here, but also thank you. The conference is wonderful. Thank you for the space. As Berrin has already introduced me, my name is José. I'm a PhD student in architecture at the Federal University of Pernambuco, and my presentation is entitled The Spirit of a Building within the Theory of Adaptability Architecture, a Conceptual Framework, as part of my doctoral dissertation in progress. This article is a collaboration with my advisor, Fernando Moreira, Robert Smith, and Mila Santos. So first of all, I believe it's important to contextualize this research and clarify my main motivation for developing it. As I said, I live in Recife. Recife is in the Northeast Brazil. I'm not sure, but maybe you know Recife from the movie Secret Agent. It's very recent, but not sure. But Recife is the oldest capital in Brazil, and it's approaching its 500 years in 2037. At the same time, Recife ranks among the world's most vulnerable cities to the impacts of climate change, particularly rising sea levels. According to IPCC, Recife is the 60th hotspot city, most vulnerable cities to the impacts of climate change. But what is especially compelling about Recife is that Recife is often described as an amphibious city, which is a metaphor for a living organism. And this condition has been continuously explored as part of efforts to rethink and reinvent the starting point of my research. Thus, most of my motivation for this work relates to the challenge of climate change in contemporary cities, in Recife, and how to architectural theory and practice can respond to them through the concept of adaptability. My argument begins with the idea that the biological notion of adaptability as a mechanism of evolution parallels architecture to the metaphor of the building as a living organism capable of adaptation. I therefore discuss adaptability theory through three scales of association: the body as nature, the body as process, and the body as ecology. From the early to the mid-20th century, many architectural debates employed the metaphor of architecture as a living organism as a direct response to the effects of the explosive growth of the cities during the Industrial Revolution. In this context, Patrick Geddes argued that cities are living organisms in constant change and adaptation, and the urban body emerged from the relationship between nature and society. Similar vision appears in modern architects who understood the body as an organic unity adapted to its environment. This is reflected in organic architecture, conceived as a holistic and dynamic process emerging from the site and responding to the climate. Louis Kahn placed nature at the core of his philosophy, viewing all beings, including architecture, as interconnected within a universal order. When Kahn asks, what does the building want to be, he metaphorically treats the building as a living organism attached to nature. This view of architecture as an entity fulfilled with life was also present in the 60s, particularly in the light of the consequence of World War II. The emphasis on the body as a nature constituent is still present, but underscored the idea of process as central. The Japanese metabolism movement, for instance, drew an analogy between buildings, cities, and the energy process found in all living organisms. Cycles of change, constant renewal, and the destruction and regeneration of organic tissue. Within this line of thought, the body was conceived in flux, capable of growth, adaptation, transformation, and regeneration through technological advancement. Similarly, in England, between the 60s and the 70s, the avant-garde movement Archigram also conceived architecture as a living entity in constant adaptation, in contrast to a generic, rigid, static, and monumental architecture resulting from the international style. Overall, Archigram positioned the body as an experimental continuous, seeking to promote a world of perpetual beginnings with endless outcomes, an open-ended architecture not bound to a fixed program. In addition, Habraken promoted adaptability through inhabitant participation and autonomy. Through the support and feel concept, he argued that the built environment should be understood as a living organism whose biological strategies must be reviewed. Adaptability has also been associated with natural and spontaneous cities, which Christopher Alexander describes as semi-lattice structures. Unlike artificial cities, they support life to grow, ambiguity, and overlapping interconnected patterns. The living organism metaphor gained renewed relevance in the 90s amid growing environmental awareness and the development of the cherry layers of change concept. The cherry layers of change concept frames the body as nature, process, and ecology, constituted by relationships between layers over time. It was coined by the British architect Francis Duff, describing them in 4 layers: shell, services, scenery, and sets. However, it was in the work of Stewart Brand that the living organism metaphor became more explicit. Grounded in ecological principles, Brand argued that architecture should be unified by time, just as biology is unified by Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. He identified 6 layers: stuff, spaceplan, surface, skin, structure, and site. Since the turn of the millennium, climate change and sustainability concerns have further stimulated adaptability research. Building on Stewart's Brand framework, authors such as Smith and Austin added the layers social and surroundings. Although particular interpretations, some of these authors converge in framing aspects beyond the body, referring more specifically to the concept spirit of a building, which is a building essence. The word spirit originates from the Latin spiritus, meaning breath, respiration, air in motion, or breath of life. In ancient Greek philosophy, spirit is related to the word pneuma, as in Aristotle. So this brief timeline frames the main argument of my research: the metaphor of the living organism with an intrinsic capacity to adapt appears throughout adaptability theory, while some theories, particularly Patrick, Louis Kahn, and the metabolists, also emphasize aspects of the spirit. In general, revisiting the concept of spirit of architecture of building to support more inclusive approach to adaptability in the context of climate change. By conceiving the city as nature in constant transformation, Patrick Geddes pointed to the existence of a spirit of the city, which is sustained through history. For him, the cathedral condensed the city itself, implying that the spirit of a building is somehow connected to the spirit of the city. Louis Kahn also advocated the spirit of the building, arguing that architecture begins in the unmeasurable, goes to the measurable, and once realized, evokes unmeasurable qualities. His philosophy emphasized the aura in pre-existing essence, later revealed through the building's presence. In the 60s, the metabolism movement emphasized a spirit of the building that transcends physical permanence and is very related to the Japanese culture. Kurokawa illustrated this through the ice temple. Although its wooden structure is periodically rebuilt, its essence endures across generations, unlike the Western tradition centered on stone permanence. So finally, what we propose is incorporating the concept spirit of a building into the concept of the cherry layers of change, seeking to answer the question: why is reviving the concept spirit of a building imperative to the theme of adaptability for both design and conservation purposes? The contribution aims to respond to 3 key issues in the cherry layers of change concept, which we are calling the microscopic view, the empirical view, and the generalist view. The microscopic view fragments the building into isolated layers, which may distance the understanding from the building and its relationships as a whole organism. The empirical view prioritizes measurable, physical, or spatial aspects, which are more related to the body of the building. As a result, it may promote a pragmatic view of architecture that prioritizes what is visible and empirically measurable. In the generalist view, which assumes perpetual transformation, despite the need for conservation in certain cases, because to adapt is also to conserve. So our hypothesis is that the spirit guides how a building accommodates change and endures over time, unifying its physical presence, users, and contexts. As a unifying force among the layers, the spirit mediates between the parts and the whole, like the layers and the universe. So therefore, the concept might be useful for understanding that adaptability has its limits, and that the transformation of a building must be guided or sustained by something beyond circumstantial demands, transcendently seeking the eternal. So building on these foundations, we propose a conceptual framework relating the spirit of a building into the shared layers of change concept, which is a draft is still in progress. So nature forms the broader ecosystem in which change unfolds over time, while the building is understood as a living organism with an intrinsic capacity to adapt. Its body is composed of the cherry layers, the measurable dimension, and the spirit, its essence. Through the spirit, the building inspires circulating contexts, histories, and human desires, unrevealing its essence as an act of inspiration, and expires a particular character expressed through atmospheres that evoke unmeasurable qualities once built, an act of expiration. As hypothesized, the spirit influences the cherry layers in the adaptation process by guiding and unifying its transformation, connecting with nature, and maintaining the system in equilibrium. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, José. Our third speaker will be on Zoom. It will be Andrea Crudeli, she holds a PhD in architectural design from the University of Pisa, where he currently teaches. He's a member of the Politico Research Lab. He has been a visiting scholar at the CCA of Montreal. And his paper is Metamorphosis of Palazzo T, Mantova, from Mannerist Villa to Contemporary Museum. Andrea?
Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this conference. Adaptive architecture and let's say adaptive reuse in general has been among my primary interests in recent years, both in the academic and professional field. So I'm glad to be here sharing this work with your community. In my presentation, I will investigate the functional and architectural adaptation of Palazzo T in Mantova, a transformation that developed over the centuries, focusing on the recent musealization project in which my architecture firm participated as architectural designer. So this is therefore a case study of design practice research. In this first image, you can see a 3 meters wide redrawing we have done of Gabriele Bertazzolo's map of Mantova from 1628. The image shows the city in the 17th century, when it was an island surrounded by a defensive system of lakes. The city was governed by the Gonzaga family, who promoted many of the architectural, Renaissance, and Mannerist masterpieces that you can still admire in Mantova today. In the upper left, you can see the island of Te, a green sandbank separated from the city walls by a canal. On this island, the Gonzaga built a stable, an equestrian settlement used by the family for grazing, hunting, and recreation. In the image on the left, you can see an archival scheme of the first building and on the right, a fresco by an unknown artist, where it is possible to vaguely understand the architectural configuration of the facade. The first transformation is described by Giorgio Vasari. He wrote that Federico II went to the island with the architect Giulio Romano and asked him to adapt the stable into a magnificent palace. Between 1520 and 1530, Giulio decided to keep the original structure and expand it, converting the stable into a palace organized around a courtyard. The transformation involved a deliberate process of architectural and symbolic redefinition, and Giulio Romano's architectural design led to one of the most sophisticated suburban model of the 16th century. The result is Palazzo Te, a low horizontal architecture composed of a sequence of rooms, loggias, gardens, and open spaces arranged to create a continuous relationship between interior and exterior. As you can see from the plan, the building is based on a clear square layout, confirming Giulio's profound Renaissance education. But in this palace, Giulio treated the classical architectural language in a highly experimental way, reaching one of the most sophisticated Mannerist expression. At the beginning of the 18th century, the Gonzaga family ceased to govern the city, and the Palazzo Te entered a phase of abandonment. At the end of the same century, a major restoration campaign was commissioned by the Austrian government, involving both architectural and pictorial restoration. Paolo Pozzo was responsible for the architectural works, and his intervention introduced 18th century modifications. As you can see from the model of the original project and from the current state, a tympanum was introduced on the eastern facade over the Serliana. The neoclassical intention was to regularize Giulio Romano's architecture according to the 18th century taste. But Giulio's irregularities are indeed the pure spectacular quality of this building. Rusticated surfaces, displayed elements, irregular rhythms, oversized details, and calculated asymmetries produce an architecture that appears animated, while classical elements such as columns, arches, and decorations are used in an intellectual way to break the rules of classicism. As Manfredo Tafuri wrote, Giulio Romano's architecture is a system of metrical, rhythmic, proportional, and thematic dissonances, a spatial poetics founded on unexpected effects and contrasts, where varieties go so far as to disarticulate a single space. The next major adaptation took place in the last decade of the 20th century, turning the palace into a museum. Palazzo Te encountered the language of modern architecture through the restoration work led by Adolfo Poltronieri in the 80s. The project was based on a philological approach combined with the insertion of new elements into the historic fabric in order to give the spaces new functions. An intervention that seeks a harmonious dialogue with the work of Giulio, following a lesson learned from Carlo Scarpa's restoration of Castelvecchio. Poltronieri added elements that are intelligibly modern, openly declaring their contemporary nature and creating new spaces within the palace, such as an exhibition bridge and a floating auditorium. Carlo Scarpa's influence is also evident in the meticulous treatment of detail. Poltronieri's details were carefully drawn and precisely designed as elements that define and give character to the new spaces. In 1989, Palazzo Te reopened as a museum, and from this moment, the palace became a place for exhibitions, research, publications, conference, and cultural production. Since 2023, together with a team that includes my architecture firm, we have been working inside the palace on temporary exhibitions. These design challenges have become opportunities to develop a deeper understanding of what the spaces and how they can accommodate the contemporary language of architecture. The first exhibition we worked on was dedicated to Rubens, the painter. On that occasion, we had the opportunity to understand how the museum operates and to test its potential, as in this case where we built inside one of the rooms a suspended ceiling to display artworks upside down. In a later exhibition dedicated to Picasso, we had the opportunity to expand the painter's chromatic language and create temporary sculptural volumes that established dialogue with the spaces and their decorations. The same approach continued with a third exhibition dedicated to Metamorphosis, where we also began to explore the external spaces of the palace, testing how contemporary installations could interact with the facades. After these exhibitions, Fondazione Palazzo Te asked us to reactivate some spaces and to entirely rethink and design the new permanent musealization of the palace, following the intention to modernize and improve the visitor experience. So we did this project together with Paolo Bertoncini Sabatini, taking care of the architectural design, and this extended team you can read here. This project became an opportunity to reflect on two main topics that I had previously addressed in my academic research. The first topic is the contemporary influence of mannerism, which I explored during a conference we organized at the University of Pisa, later resulting in this book of proceedings that I co-curated. The second topic is adaptive reuse, on which I have been working for some time, both in research and teaching. These first works also led to this publication, which brings together theoretical essays and projects I developed with international students during 3 summer schools I directed. So the Fondazione asked us to transform the entire western side of the palace, from the internal rooms to the external spaces, as well as a volume, which is on the southern courtyard. Our historical research showed that these rooms, without decorations or frescoes, were intended for servants, spaces where people used to cook, eat, sleep, and carry out other service activities. Our idea was to intervene within the framework of the palazzo through a flow of contemporary gestures that assign functional meaning to each space, enhancing the reading of the spatial sequence. First, we reorganized the path thanks to an external sequence of poles that guide visitors toward the ticket office, lead them to the service center for the guides and cloakroom, and then into the introductory rooms, and finally into the main rooms of the palace. Many of the rooms presented deteriorated surface conditions, making restoration interventions necessary as part of the maintenance. So the lime plaster was restored through a conservative approach, while the flooring was cleaned and in some cases protected. Our main idea in terms of language was to establish a contemporary mannerist dialogue with what Giulio did in the palace. In the 3 main rooms, we arranged a stereotomic composition of volumes, stacking blocks according to a rigorous proportion and then introducing irregularities. In the first room, together with the text illustrating the story of Palazzo Te, we created these counter walls on the external walls, and in the middle we placed a wooden model of the original palace. The room also presents the Bertazzolo's map you have seen in my first slide. Here you can read the compositional score. The 2 lower registers, divided in different ways, are surmounted by a main register intended to host graphics and artworks. The sequence is completed at the top by a metal lintel, into which the technical systems and lighting fixtures are integrated. The vertical structures were treated with a marmorino finish that enters into material dialogue with the lime plaster of the background walls, while the seating elements present a cast bronze effect that dialogues with the terrazzo floor. In the second room, we place the portraits of Giulio Romano by Tiziano and Federico II by Giulio Romano. The room also includes a tactile model and a textual apparatus narrating still the transformation of the palace. And in the last room, we placed a multimedia environment with videos. The external accessibility ramps are integrated into the decorative system, characterized by Giulio's rustic plaster and smooth stone surfaces. And within this material balance, the ramps adopt a chromatic consistency to ensure visual harmony, while deliberately suspending the tactile dimension with a flat steel powder paint. Along the route, we designed 20 totems to host text panels that explain the museum to the visitors. And on the right, you can see the new ticket office, which is inside the external volume used before as a storage. And in the former space of the dining room, we created a new service center, and the project includes a platform to protect the damaged terrazzo floor, a basket for storing bags, and the perimeter. On the perimeter, we wrap the walls with a sort of continuous panel for photographic exhibitions. To conclude, what we have seen in this presentation is a profound transformation that developed over the 5 centuries. A stable turned into one of the most famous Mannerist buildings of the 16th century, then transformed again into a museum. I would like to emphasize the methodology we adopted for the most recent transformation, which interprets Palazzo Te as a historical organism capable of receiving new layers of meaning through precise contemporary intervention. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Andrea. It was amazing. And our final speaker for this panel is Robert Lemons. Robert Lemons specialized in heritage preservation in his over 4-decade career as an architect and heritage planner in Vancouver. He will be presenting us his paper, Modernism in Context, 5 Decades of Adapting and Fitting In. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'm glad to be back here at Carleton, which was my alma mater, 1979. So I spent 6 years on campus here, and right next door. And I would like to start by acknowledging someone who's here who was my high school history teacher, who it sparked my interest in historic architecture. Mr. Baldwin, we used to call him in grade 10 St. Thomas, Ontario. Just came in. He lives in Ottawa now, and I can call him Paul. And we in Canadian history, grade 10, we learned about Canadian history. And he had a special course in local architecture. And I grew up in Southern Ontario. And he had a special course about local architecture that goes back to the late 18th century, along with Berrin. So that was my interest in architecture, and I'm happy that the career has expanded to include further studies, including modernism in context, which was the topic of my master's thesis. So in 1998, I completed my master's degree in historic preservation at York, one in England. There's a York University in Canada as well, but this is in England. And I studied primarily buildings from the 20th century that had distinctive architectural qualities. And the thesis then was how does a building fit into a historic context? So I looked particularly at buildings in England and in Denmark, buildings that were clearly modern from the 20th century, and how, if we can assess how they fit into their historic context. So I looked at buildings on university campuses were very instructive. So I looked at buildings in Oxford, Arnie Jacobson's St. Catherine's College, 1962, the Cripps building at Cambridge by Powell and Moya, and in Aarhus in Denmark, the Kai Fiskars University there. And each one of them, I was trying to figure out a way to determine whether it's a good fit or not, particularly without people saying, oh, I like it, I hate it. Obviously, something that Arnie Jacobson did is a landmark of a beautiful modern architecture, but does it fit into the context of Oxford? And I had learned from my experience many years working for the city of Vancouver as a senior heritage planner that many architects had trouble understanding how to design a building. And I'll get to the adaptability part a little bit later. So the abstract talks about comparing buildings in their context, but I've adapted it to the adaptive reuse theme as well. So the C of my criteria, which were I call aspects of fit. And I did quite a bit of research on different building codes, design guidelines, the Charter of Venice. What are qualities of a building that you can observe and describe as being whether they are a fit or not within the continuum of compatibility and distinguishability, those two overwhelming elements of a continuum of does it fit or not? Is it a copy being very compatible, a clone, or is it distinguishable being it stands out just particularly? But the criteria were when I go back one there. So there are four broad criteria. Does it relate to the local vernacular or style? If it can be observed in a place, a city particularly, or a streetscape. Does it relate to the built form, scale, and outline of its neighboring buildings? And which turned out to be one of the most important criteria for fit, good or bad. And the rhythm, pattern, and fenestration. So the fine tuning of the building, what is the fenestration pattern is actually quite important to see whether it's a good fit or not. And finally, material and color, which you'd think having a new building with the same material as its neighbor would be the right thing to do, but not necessarily. And the color doesn't necessarily mean that important. So I looked at, as I say in the abstract, I looked at two buildings. These are two examples from my thesis of buildings in Copenhagen. And they're about 6 decades apart. So the first is Stelling's house that Arne Jakobsen designed. It's a central plaza in Copenhagen, 1937. Clearly a modern building. And so on its scale of is it compatible or is it distinguishable? Well, it's quite distinguishable in its architectural expression, but it is quite compatible in the form and the scale of the building. It relates to its neighbors. The pattern, the fenestration is relatively compatible in that it's not a curtain wall building, it's an individual windows in a building. And the color, the tone of the building is not dissimilar to what you'd see in Copenhagen. And then moving forward to 1994, Henning Larsen's BT house, which is clearly a modern building. I think it's quite a striking building, which I used as an example, but I wanted to analyze what about it makes it seem like it fits. Well, it's clearly distinguishable in a broad way as being a contemporary building. But the width and the height and the form are compatible to its neighbors in the buildings. So it's heavily on the distinguishable scale, but it's still, you can look at it and say, well, I think it's an example of good modern architecture in a historic setting. But how does that relate to adapting a building? And so we hear about Carlo Scarpa quite a bit here. So the first example dates from 1964, and I'm using the date as the time of its adaptability. And it was largely finished in 1964, and it happened to be the topic of my studies when I was in Rome at ICROM in 1984. So there I am with my two colleagues. So we met at ICROM and we did a study called Interventions in a Historic Building. And it was actually an excuse to escape Rome in a very dark classroom where we looked at slides all day long for 5 days a week. And Benta and Inez and I decided we needed an escape. So we decided to go to Verona and look at Museo Casavecchio, which was then just starting to become known. It was only 20 years old at that point. The adaptation was only 20 years old. So we had quite a thorough study, and we were able to meet with a number of people. So we interviewed Arrigo Rudi, who was the architect who worked with Carlo Scarpa, and we also met with Lucicio Maggiorati, who was the director who basically was the oversaw the work. So it was quite an interesting study. What we looked particularly at were the elements of the interventions that fit or don't fit, and how distinguishable they are and how compatible they are. So it's from a material study. And there's a range of things. And in the last speaker talking about the terrazzo floor at the Palazzo de Te, Carlo could have used terrazzo, but he didn't. He used this concrete with this Bianconi white marble. He uses, so it's a contemporary expression of the building being converted or adapting to new use. But he does use traditional materials like the Salia Rosa, the Verona pink marble, which you see on the side walls as you walk through these archways. Very clearly distinguishable and modern is the use of legno bruciato, which is this charred wood. The window frames set inside the historic Venetian Gothic window openings, clearly modern, almost a Mondrian-like pattern of charred redwood, which was completely foreign to Italian history and architecture, but he does use the two types of Venetian plaster in a very contemporary way. So there's the calce lucidas on the wall surfaces and the stucco veneziana is on the ceiling. So in a way, if I was to score him, I'd say response to the local vernacular style, well, it's very, very compatible. And it's clearly the very few changes to the building structure outside. There's no change at all to the built form, except for a few interventions, which I'll talk about a little bit. The very distinguishable detailing, the illustration, the patterns of materials, and a compatible use of color. The next example, I'll take you to Vancouver, 1994. This was an office tower, originally the BC Electric Building, which was converted to condominiums in 1994. And at the time, it was the largest conversion of an office building to condos in Canada. And the main exercise here was dealing with the curtain wall. And it's quite a distinctive building, was certainly a landmark when it was built in 1994, the tallest building in the city, with a very interesting shape, this sort of lozenge-shaped floor plan, which I'll talk a little bit, and detailing that has these blue and green were respective of the tiling of the nature of British Columbia. And curiously, it predates two other very interesting buildings that have a similar lozenge-shaped floor plan. The Pan Am building in New York wasn't finished until 1963, and the Pirelli building in Milan wasn't finished until 1960. So the BC Electric building is really a pioneer in this kind of building form. But the main exercise as I mentioned, was the curtain wall. And so you can see in the top image is the original floor plan. It was a very narrow building. No office desk was farther than 30 feet from a window. So it meant the floor plan for conversion of the condominiums meant skinny buildings, but they needed the developer was sold to a private company and wanted to have a larger window area and having opening windows. So you can see in the lower right sections, the comparison of the original curtain wall and the new curtain wall. And that's where the main intervention, you can see top in this construction photo, the building is being, the top has had the new curtain wall, the bottom is still the original. And this study went on to have implications for an APP conference in Chicago, and also another study about how you deal with the contemporary curtain wall. So I give it a quite, for form, didn't change at all, very compatible with that period of time. Although the distinguishable, you can tell there's a change because opening windows is a symbol that it's a residential building, not an office building anymore. So that's the main indication of there's a change. The last example is the most recent one is in Amsterdam. So Aldo van Eyck designed in 1960 an orphanage. And it has recently been completed in 2015, actually, to an office building by a prominent development company. And it's a rare example of a benevolent and wealthy property owner keeping the building exactly as it was, except making some changes to adapt it to its new function, which is an office rather than an orphanage. And the chance to go to Amsterdam, you get a chance to see the Olympic Stadium from 1928 because it's just right next door. So it's a very interesting building. You wouldn't think at all that it's an orphanage. It has brick, it has concrete, all hard surfaces, but in this rigorous pattern of the design, which was Aldo van Eyck's forte. He had designed playgrounds all through Amsterdam, 400 playgrounds. So he was an expert in child care, but still, apparently Dutch children are happy playing on concrete rather than wood rubber pads and things that we seem to have today. So the almost no change at all to the exterior, except for very careful restoration. The changes are all in the interior to deal with lighting and the change to an office function. So they're almost imperceptible. And Russell DeYoung was the architect, is a colleague of mine, who did that. They went to great lengths to study what's the best kind of new lighting system and how do you hide the new wires. And so it's almost difficult. You wouldn't see any change, although if you've added a new layer inside the dome to create new wiring for the lighting. So there's on the scale, my scale, it's very, it's completely on the compatibility thing. And you'd be hard pressed to see where there's any distinctive new elements, except for obviously the furnishings, etc. But all the original concrete features were kept on the inside. So in summary, there's a range of adaptation approaches to fitting in, from what Carl Scarpa did with masterful distinguishable interventions, to a compatible new curtain wall, to subtle interior changes. And that's the conclusion of my research. And hopefully it might be of use to city planners, architects, designers, people that are writing guidelines for adaptability, that would have a scale or a checklist of how to say, well, I like it or I don't like it, and I know that's what it does for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for great papers. I want to open the platform for like questions from the audience. Do you have any questions for the speaker? If yes, Farima, and then Federica.
I have a question to Meherzad, if my pronounce like
Yes, that's right.
okay. When you like do a diagram about mimesis
Yes.
and you put the mimesis one with inhabiting,
Mhm.
so can you clarify that a little bit more? Because my understanding of how recur the prefiguration stage, the mimesis one, is the stage that like people or context like in the existing state of everyday life before like before you start to inhabit it, the space or the architecture. So I'm just wondering like your decision about putting the terms inhabiting in the prefiguration process.
That mapping was done from the text. In the text, there are sort of three instances of italicization. And so there is inhabiting, constructing, and then dwelling. And so that is a kind of pulled from the text. But from how I read it, it is that there's a kind of pre-inhabitation in the sort of built context of a city. And then that is a kind of a pre-horizon to some degree, which is then brought into the envelopment of whatever is at hand. And then once envelopment and the three phases of mimesis do take place, then in phase 3, then there is a sort of rereading of the city. So there's a kind of, I'm reading it at this moment is inhabiting is sort of heterogeneous. There's everything around it, and then envelopment kind of focuses. That's like the diagram coming into a focus system. That's the question.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, I was going to thank Robert for the presentation of this idea of modernism in context, like really adding this idea of the context of modernism. I feel like when we read, when I read, or when I was taught the history of modern architecture, I feel that context was missing. And I almost feel like there is a task for the architects to rewrite the history, really integrated with what has not been told. And I was curious, I guess, in your own readings of, the history of modern architecture, how you felt about that, how you came up also with this title and your approach.
Well, the origin, the idea of focusing on 20th century new buildings clearly were new. All through history, there have been additions and new buildings next to old buildings. So I thought that it would be easier to see how, with the clarity and the simplicity of the 20th century architecture, that the qualities that make it fit or not, rather than looking at the 19th century or the 18th century. So it happened that I have an interest in 20th century architecture to begin with. So it was I thought it was pivotal to focus on buildings that clearly you could see were modern, but how do their attributes fit as make the context, rather than looking at something that Palladio might have done or something that we can see in Rome, where it's hard to to sort out slight differences in different, like the difference between Baroque and Rococo. It would be almost impossible to do the same analysis, but something like that Arnie Jacobsen's done, it's clearly a building in the 20th century, and yet its attributes can be dissected to a point where you can see, is it the form that works? Is it the, and I say this comes back to my experience as a practicing architect, but also working for the city of Vancouver, where many very talented architects just didn't know what to do. When faced with a new building on a site of a historic building or a new building in a streetscape, do we make it a copy? Do we make it completely radically different? There's somewhere in the middle is the sweet spot, and that's where the context and understanding the context was what I was hoping to achieve.
I think Bill had a question.
Yes, hi, this is Fernando. Thank you very much for your presentation. I found it quite compelling, especially your sensitivity to the materiality of Palazzo Day. But I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more about future alterations, future adaptations of the space, and the role of or the idea of reversibility in the things that you were doing and these new elements you were adding to the space, sometimes protecting things, sometimes allowing other types of activities to take place. Could you talk a bit more about the reversibility aspect of it?
Yeah, this is a super interesting question because it's an aspect that I didn't mention during my presentation. Consider that all the interventions we have done, beside conservative restoration of the plasters, lime plasters, and the cleaning of the terrazzo flooring, they are all reversible. And this is, I think, something that is related and culturally coherent with the cultural logic of modern restoration or adaptive reuse, let's say. Of course, this project has been done together with the superintendenza, the superintendent, I don't know which is the proper English translation, but it's a public office that you have to establish a dialogue with whenever you want to modify something historical in Italy. And one of the conditions they told us was to do everything reversible. So in this sense, whatever we have designed can be easily removed. Materiality was, I think, one of the main topic we tried to address our design with. It's interesting because we established this dialogue, which is between 4 different materials, you know, especially inside of the rooms where there was the lime plaster and the terrazzo floor. And we created these 2 new elements, which in a dualistic way were establishing a dialogue, which was, let's say, comparative, but at the same time critical. You know, I think I heard during one of the previous presentations this idea of critical reuse, which is something that I agree with. But I think across my intervention, it's interesting because we have seen that this villa had so many transformations over the centuries, and going back to this coherence of the cultural logic, if we have a look at the tympanum they have added during the 18th century, it's something that today we would judge in a very negative way, of course, because they literally removed and demolished one portion of the orders of Giulio Romano, and they placed a 18th century neoclassical tympanum. This is something today we evaluate in a bad way, but if we place that culture, that logic back to 18th century, it was something normal to do it. So in this sense, reversibility for us was something mandatory and something that we accepted somehow, because it's quite complicated, as I said today, to change things permanently, even if the new musealization is considered permanent, so there is no planning for demolish it. The palace is evolving a lot, so this is one of the interventions that happened recently, but right now I showed you the image of Poltronieri's floating auditorium, and right now they are restoring it. it's another office. And recently they have also restored the fruttiere, which is a huge space for plants. They used to put plants inside it. It's not part of the original design, but it's added later in the centuries. And in that area, they will do more exhibitions. So they are kind of expanding the exhibition. At the same time, there is another portion which has been added and reused recently, but is related to a more recent volume, and it's a space where they place the bar with the restaurant and other small auditorium space. So this is super interesting for me because whenever I go there, I see that something is going on. The building is expanding, it's evolving, it keeps transforming somehow. And so in this sense, it has been an honor to try to say something within this concert of ideas and thoughts. I don't know if I replied to your question. Otherwise, you can ask me to.
Thank you. I'd love to talk to you more about it because I find that the whole way that we do these types of projects that have these rigorous requirements for reversibility, how they can actually teach us a lot about how we approach other non-heritage projects and how we plan for future adaptability of the architecture.
The reversibility aspect, yeah.
Just to tell to Andrea Crudeli my congratulations because I have seen just few weeks ago to see Isaac Julien, and I had the opportunity to see the spaces. I didn't know his works, and I found that is very right, in the right approach. Brava, grazie. It's in the right approach for Giulio Romano and for also the tradition, the heritage that we have. I enjoy a lot. I didn't really understand what happened because I visited the Isaac Julien exhibition, but I didn't really understand what happened in this space in the future. And congratulations again.
Yeah. So it's not our design, that exhibition. It's the most recent one. We didn't design it. Sorry, there is a dog every day coming to the window and say hello. Looking for cuddles. So it's it's not our design, but that space which was restored in the by Poltronieri as well. I think you have seen these leaning walls which are kind of falling, and he placed these tie rods with steel frames to keep the wall stable. It's a very beautiful intervention, I believe. It has been under renovation during the last years, and recently with this Isaac exhibition, they have opened it again. As I said, it's not our design, but in that space, they will have the chance to explore more possibilities for bigger exhibitions. Since, as you have seen, there are no frescoes, there are no complicated situation as you can find in the one where Giulio painted the walls. It's a very plain and free space where to organize freestanding volumes and host more artworks.
Thank you. I think we need to finalize the questions, but I think Federica, you have one.
I will just make a comment for Evandro. I don't know if you probably already know the work of Barbara Kenda on Numa and on Winds, and I guess the Villa Eolia. But I was wondering, the theory that you're proposing, you see it as a theory for the Western context or which context? Because let's say the moment that, we start talking about either spirit, we're already in certain, it might fit certain paradigms, but not others. So how does this theory, I guess, does it want to embrace more cultures, or where does it fit, right? So for example, if we think of, I studied St. Peter's Basilica, and the renovation periods 120 years in the Renaissance. And I was researching all of these theories. It was fascinating to see how at that time there were definitely spiritual ideas about the building and also temporality. And they were talking about this sort of, the concept was sempiternity, which was a quasi-eternity of the building, as if made by God. So there was this idea it has to last forever. But the building obviously was actually, completely disassembled, reassembled. So even this lastiness was achieved through change. But if we look at, for example, the Isa temple, Shintoism, it's not about eternity, but certainly there is a spirituality. So I wonder how, what is the right language if your theory wants to expand, hopefully different kinds of spirituality, or is it situated?
Yeah, thank you so much, Federica. This is a really nice comment. I think in the moment I am now in my PhD, we are like in the expanding moment. I'm not sure if we are going to go more specific to a context in itself. So I don't know how to answer that, thinking about the ending of my PhD, but in the moment that I am now, we are like just getting all of these concepts and try to like connect them. But most part of the concepts came from these theories, like as I said, like Patrick Geddes and Kant. Probably the Japanese culture we are a little bit more into, but specifically, I don't think right now I think we don't have.
Because I guess a thought would be, let's say, maybe it's a matter of asking questions rather than attributing values, right? So if one says the building wants to be eternal, I guess not every building wants to be eternal, right? So maybe asking what is the temporal dimensions, of this particular, because yes, there are these different cosmologies.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to say one thing. It was a great papers, all four different papers, but in the same panel, I think it was also for me, but this question of spirit and stuff as well brought up this question of modern architecture or modern interventions. In your book, Federica, and this conversion book, you quote from Kenneth Frampton, apparently referring to Maison de Verre as an object placed in the context, looking at modern architecture almost as objects or things that can actually be plugged in or placed or removed or reversed. And I think that kind of going back to Palazzo Te and Robert's presentation as well, how it's actually kind of fitting in, maybe looking at it also as something that it has that dimension also being reversed, doesn't have to be monumental or stay like that as the history or the heritage that we kind of inherited, but it actually modern architecture is giving us this possibility and option to really look at it as something that actually also is reversed, adapted, changed. So I think it was very beautiful. Thank you so much all for great papers, and thank you all for participating.
This is culture use culture functionalism to conversion. We'll start with doing fragrance.
Yes, the title of my presentation, Precast Adapting Masonry Rubble as a Fugitive Going to it. I'm an assistant professor at IAB in Chicago. I directed Deconstruction Reconstruction Lab. Also have been writing and researching sustainable ways of thinking in the field of architecture with a specific focus on material consumption, life cycles, and waste production. So that's how I fit into making the role of adaptive reuse from maybe more of a material focus. I don't have to dwell on this, as I think most of us know the realities of our profession, but in looking at the municipal solid waste, at least in the United States, 282 million tons of waste. Construction and demolition waste is the kind of elephant in the room, producing more than double that. So this becomes a kind of serious problem, or maybe an opportunity, if you will. And to make matters worse, again, we all know the built environment consumes massive amounts of waste or materials that are largely unable to be recycled or really difficult to be recycled. And as we look at this chart, it is from 2015, this trend continues to go up and up and up and up from there. So the good news, or at least the optimist in me, says that we could solve this through sustainable ways of thinking. However, it requires to move beyond the simple idea of reduce, reuse, recycle, begin to think about the way our materials are designed, remanufactured, used or reused, repaired, and ultimately returned back to the built environment. So the project that I'm working on currently, and I'll kind of showcase here, still working on contextualizing it in the kind of larger discourse of architecture, but it is funded through the AIA Upjohn initiative and was really a cross-disciplinary project in nature. So I'm working with a deconstruction expert in Chicago who are doing construction, the International Masonry Institute, as well as our engineering department, to try to understand how can we adapt or use emerging technologies to recover material, in this case, masonry or the CMU, which is the kind of using of my research. So why emerging technology, or why is this important? It's a lot of information up there, but if you can look down at the bottom, the construction industry from a McKinsey report is the second slowest to adapt digitization and digital practices. So we're ranked only above hunting and gathering in terms of use of technology, which is just abysmal for our industry. And I've heard since this that we're probably actually getting worse. Agriculture might be beating us now. So again, to look at the concrete masonry unit or concrete in general, the CMU is kind of my focus, but if we look again at the US EPA reports, they do a pretty good job of claiming that this material is being recovered, but if we break that down a little bit more specifically, we can see a lot of that recovery goes into a practice of downcycling, I'll say, into aggregate. This is roadway pavings, a bit of admix, etc. So I really see this as the small sliver that's the second below there. The manufactured products are where we really think about reuse or reusing materials in a holistic fashion. And of course, we still have a lot of it being the landfill, or a favorite of mine, just they don't know what it is. This is the reality of the demolition site, right? It's really messy, it's complex, a lot of things going on. And I probably need a better hobby on the weekends other than driving around Chicago and finding a lot of these, which is sad, but again, the reality of the context that I'm faced within. And as an architect, I like to kind of draw through or think through some of these processes myself. So as it begins to look at this, you can see that the rubble pile might at first glance be really complicated, but there's a lot of decent material in there, or material that has a functional use to it, let's say. Often, sometimes in a perfectly good state, although then it goes to the landfill or to a recovery facility where it gets downcycled from there. So that became the kind of impetus. Can we do something with these materials? And to probably none of your surprise, during our initial set of inquiries, we found that labor is the significant here. No two of these blocks are alike, and in this case, no craft worker wants to sit there and hand pick and hand sort, organize and arrange these blocks, try to understand which ones are good, which ones are bad, etc. So this is what we are calling kind of phase one of the project, which is to understand how do we inventory these materials, how do we begin to digitize them, how do we then ultimately remanufacture and reassemble them, and what tools might be able to help facilitate this, from low fidelity scanning to a kind of low tech, high tech strategy of remanufacturing, and then AR or augmented reality to help us with the reassembly of these parts. The CMUs are kind of great element. It's got standard shapes to it. So even when broken, there's still some kind of control edges, I'll say, the standard height, as well as right angles in the material. We developed a way to quickly and easily document these shapes. And that was the kind of first strategy. If we can easily document them, we can get them into the computer and then leverage the computer to help us, as opposed to just do this through a physical sorting method. So this was just through low tech kind of photography of each principal face with a scale And through that, we were able to then inventory and digitize all of these materials and all of these elements, right? Understanding their profiles, understanding some of the basic characteristics of them, and from that be able to recatalog and reclassify each of them. It's the kind of idea of maybe a material passport that many of us are familiar with. And again, data is great, the computer is great. We can then think about how to solve that visual sorting and labor process through computation and the power of the computer that we're all being faced with now in terms of AI and machine learning. So this is a basic kind of generative algorithm that we've been developing to understand how can we sort based on efficiencies. What those efficiencies are can be aesthetic, they can be performance, they can be a reduction of material, etc. And of course, that then produces an entirely new class of building products, which is really exciting from a designer and architect standpoint to say, how do we begin to think about an entirely new typology of building? So that's the first hurdle. The second hurdle was remanufacturing. How do we begin to rebuild or reconstruct with these? Traditional methods of demolition or rework involve something like the concrete demo saw, this kind of heavy, clumsy tool, usually pretty inaccurate. Don't get paid by still. My dean told me to take that off and try to find a better joke. But anyways, our solution to that was simply to find a heavier tool to hold on to this tool, which was our ABB 7600 robot. So this is what we're coining a kind of low-tech, high-tech. The robot has a really high level of precision to it, repeatability down to 100,000. And with that, we can begin to work with low-tech tools in a kind of hacking manner, if you will. So there are specialized companies out here that do this. When we first approached them, you know, we were looking at a lot of zeros after their quote. So we decided that maybe an Amazon concrete demo saw might get the job done. And have begun to build a lot of these tools ourselves, just as early prototypes of thinking about or working through some of the strategies that are required to work with these kind of ugly and sometimes dirty materials. The final step is what we're calling reassemble. So this we turn to the Microsoft HoloLens as a tool to project augmented reality or use augmented reality to project our inventories out into a physical environment. And again, after all, even after remanufacturing, we still have no two elements that are alike. So we're still faced with this kind of labor barrier, and that's where the HoloLens can begin to help us in understanding how we might begin to draw something like this in the computer, but then allow a craft worker or mason to take that information, quickly translate it out into the field, and then reassemble the panel. So these are 3 initial case studies looking at different computational sorting and remanufacturing methods. The one on the left was just a hand sorting where we have these kind of big gaps, a lot of extra material involved. The one in the middle was a sorting of best fit scenario where we can reduce all of those joints down to a 0 joint masonry assembly. And then the one on the right was a kind of spill out method, as we call it, which involved how do we sort and then maybe trim off the right side to reduce that remanufacturing that was involved. One discovery we made that the CMU, even when broken, has a series of these dimensions. We actually found the wings, or let's say the side of the CMU, to serve as a wall. So in theory, we should be able to produce a formworkless mold using the CMU itself. We don't trust ourselves, so we kind of put this MDF girdle around the CMU at the moment. But here you can see these kind of steps of both the layout of each individual piece. We then fill it with a concrete backer to understand how to then get one unified panel. And then it turns into this kind of tilt up strategy that we're beginning to develop around how do we then turn these into a unitized panel or even custom panels for a variety of applications that you see there on the right. This was our kind of final prototype, or let's say current prototype as we look at it using full scale units. We're in the process now of going through and scaling that up to a full wall panel, which will then be tested with our engineering department, both for shear interface between the cold joints that we're performing, as well as flexural and compressive strength. So we're really looking at the CMU, not necessarily in a full load bearing capacity, but more as this shell or veneer that we can use both from a formwork perspective and from a mitigation or reduction of concrete. So the next steps kind of look something like this, which involve a thought process around how do we pair these two panels together. Then on-site could quickly be erected. This whole process could even, in theory, be produced on-site if you brought the tools to the demolition site, which is a whole nother kind of endeavor of complicated logistics and staging. I don't want to I'd be remiss to talk about maybe some of the issues on the other side of things from the client or from a policy perspective in terms of gaining trust in how we can reuse or revalidate these materials. So while this is maybe a whole other topic or a whole other vision, we're also going through and concurrently doing ASTM 1314 and C140 tests, which are the standardized tests to constitute the strength of these CMU units. So we've been doing these tests with all of the different varieties of blocks and starting to build an inventory and a classification of recovered blocks, maybe in the same way you think about regrading lumber. As far as I've found, there is a kind of little research in this. Everyone again wants to downcycle it and look more at how we can reintroduce that aggregate back into a regular concrete admix. So we're a bit more interested in saying, can we use this? Could we then reduce even further the amount of cement or the amount of concrete involved and transfer some of the load through the existing CMU? And that's it.
Can you hear us?
Yes, hello.
All right, so I'll let you begin then. Your presentation is reversible and modular architecture when you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Anna Berbesz-Wyrodek. I'm from Wrocław University of Science and Technology in Poland. And thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you some reflections on circularity in architecture. So the presentation, I can see that there is no, it's changing. Okay. So the presentation is divided into 4 parts. The first part is the theoretical context, what circular scenarios in architecture actually are. The second presents the methodological framework of the research. And the third is a case study. There is a project from the Faculty of Architecture in Wrocław. And then the fourth part covers the results and conclusions. So let's start with the circular scenarios. But before we get into the main content, I would like to draw your attention to a problem that became the starting point of the research. What you see on the slide is just a small part of the terminology that exists today around circularity in architecture. This density of terminology is growing, the knowledge is growing, but is fragmented and inconsistent. And this vast amount of nomenclature points to a clear need to build a coherent framework of circularity. So the starting point is the idea that circular adaptability is an inherent quality of building. The literature points to 3 complementary strategy layers. Layer 1, material and structural, connected with the design for disassembly and material reuse approach. Layer 2, functional and spatial, meaning the building's ability to change. And layer 3, the user-related approach, which shifts the perspective from technical to human when the user takes control of their own space. A great example of all 3 layers working together is the project by Lacaton Vassal in Bordeaux in France, the transformation of 530 apartments at the Grand Park estate with no demolition, only extension. And the motto of the office, never demolish, always transform, is not just a marketing slogan, it's a proven circular strategy in which the building keeps its substance and gains new quality. And based on the literature review and analysis of build project, I would like to show a typology of 4 core models of circularity and adaptability in residential architecture. But what is important is gaining knowledge from the history of architecture. 2 parallel ideas from the 1960s laid the foundation for the today's circular models. On one side, John Habraken proposed separating the permanent structure from the replaceable infill, giving residents control over their own level, and simultaneously, Kisho Kurokawa in the Nakagin Capsule Tower in Tokyo implemented the idea of replaceable technological units attached to a concrete core, and both independently divided levels of control into a permanent infrastructure and a replaceable unit. It was thinking far ahead of its time. So let's go to the main typology today. So model 1 is about structural relocatability. The entire building or its components can be disassembled, transported, and reassembled somewhere else, and the circular loop happens at the level of structural unit. A good example is the Living Places project in Copenhagen by Velux and Effect. And what is more, material and structural circularity through the logic of urban mining offers a tool to minimize urban sprawl and support the transition towards a compact city. Model 2 is adaptive reuse, giving an existing building a new function while keeping its physical fabric intact. A strong Polish example is the sugar factory in Żnin, transformed by the Arhe Group. An entire post-industrial complex on the lake has been given new pragmatic life. Hotel, cultural, and gastronomic functions, while keeping the brick walls, the chimneys, and the production line atmosphere. The adaptive reuse here is operating at the scale of an urban fragment, not a single building. Model 3 comes directly from Habraken's thinking. The permanent load-bearing structure, the support, is separated from the replaceable infill, which the residents can modify on their own without touching the structures. And model 4 is scenario-based circularity, a building designed in a multiple phases, each containing pre-planned scenarios for functional and material transformation. A good example is Schicentrale 4B in Rotterdam by My Architects, a building when the integration of scenario-based design with design for adaptability delivered measurable adaptive results after a decade of use. This is the area I'm currently focusing on most intensively in my research. As the axonometric diagram shows, the entire concept is based on creating a structural and services core combined with the skeleton frame that allows the variant scenarios of change. For example, in the first phase, residential units are built. After about 5 years, they are converted into office spaces, and later they can be converted back into apartments. So the scenarios were pre-designed, not retrofitted. The building hosted offices, studios, residential lofts, and shared roofed spaces, all within the same support structure. And this is what scenario-based circularity looks when it works. Not a single image, but a sequence of inhabited states over time. So let's go to the methodological framework. The research overlaps 3 methodological approaches. The first one is scenario-based design, originally coming from human-computer interaction. The second one is research by design, which is based on the search for solutions through the language of drawing, modeling, and prototyping. And the third one is speculative design, where design is treated as a question, not an answer. But one particularly important lesson comes from the history of the Nakagin Capsule Tower. Nakagin was the first fully modular building designed for repeated disassembly and replacement of components. It was a prototype of what we now call structural material circularity. The building was demolished in 2022, 50 years after completion. So what did it fail? There are three main reasons. The first one is ownership and management. The second one is component standardization. New capsules were simply not compatible with the existing connectors. And this is, by the way, still a primary barrier of circularity today in 2026, incompatibility between components from the different manufacturers. And the last one is capsule economics. The cost of replacing individual components was never properly calculated at the budgeting stage. So Nakagin is a project that comes up again and again in architectural discussions, but as an industry, we are still not learning enough from it. And there is some irony. The building that was supposed to be the first circular modular system became a circularity success story only after being demolished, because the capsules had enough cultural value that someone wanted to preserve them. So let's go to the RISA case study, a project carried out at Faculty of Architecture in Wrocław University of Science and Technology. In architectural practice, the client doesn't pay for experimentation. That is exactly why R&D becomes the space where a research field can take shape, where architecture is still allowed to ask, not only to answer. It's where theory meets material and technology. The RISA, which stands for Recreational Self-Supporting Structure, is a research project carried out under the National Center for Research and Development Program from 2021 to 2023. The goal was to develop an innovative system of structural and architectural panels for a mobile recreational facility. We work on with a consortium led by a small company from Poland, together with the team of specialists with the architectural, construction and sustainability knowledge from the Faculty of Architecture in Wrocław. The aim was to help create an innovative panel system for a portable lightweight geodesic dome made from the sandwich panels capable of being relocated multiple times. The choice of the geodesic dome was not accidental. First, the complex geometry of the triangular spherical panels created ideal conditions for testing connections and joints, the most critical elements of any modular system. And secondly, the dome has an exceptionally good compactness ratio. Our research covered the three main areas: development of a self-supporting sandwich panel system from thin layer GRC concrete, then strength and technological testing of the panel connections, including microscopic examination of the material structure and a catalog of functional and spatial arrangement for geometric variants of the mobile dome. And GRC, glass fiber reinforced concrete, is a material with exceptional properties: lightweight, strong, highly formable, electron microscopy revealed minimal surface porosity, which is critical for the long-term durability of the system. So we tested the sandwich panel with several insulation cores: the foam, polystyrene, and mineral wool. And important part of the research was the environmental assessment of the mobile facility. So we make some calculations using life cycle assessments. And with the knowledge we have gained and all the mistakes we have made along the way, the research process made us realize just how complex the practical approach to material and structural circularity really is. And that is before we even reach the functional layer and the user adaptability. After completing the project, we understood that what we had done was only the tip of the iceberg. So let's go to the results and conclusions. The research leads to 4 key conclusions. First, the scale of the problem is unprecedented. The global circularity index is currently around 6.9. Second, knowledge is growing, but it's fragmented. And third, regulations are moving faster than design knowledge. We have currently European Union taxonomy, EPBD, the construction product regulations, etc., etc. All of these impose circularity requirements on the construction industry, and designers do not yet have the tools to respond. And to conclude, as you can see on the right side of the slide, the scenario-based approach can be presented on 2 levels. The first one is technological and is related to developing circularity strategies, construction and assembly, and finally operation. And the second level is connected with a scenario-based approach to function. In the first phase, the building works as a kindergarten, then, thanks to its modular structure, after about 10 years, it's transformed into a community center, and after another 10 years, it becomes a senior living facility. But this is already a topic for another story. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. I'm going to continue with the presentations, and I have questions afterwards. And I'll just say that was wonderful, and it would have been also very welcome in the special issue of House International that Joshua Lee and I just co-edited on the marking open building, looking back and looking forward at the open building movement. You encapsulated a lot. All right, and Peter.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Peter Osborne. It's wonderful to be here. Thanks for all the great presentations on 3 days or 2 days. Sorry, I'm a little frazzled. I woke up this morning, had a shower, and then my ceiling exploded. So I'm dealing with that. So I'm just hopefully I can keep myself a little bit concentrated, but maybe a bit off. I'm assistant professor of architecture, climate adaptation, and building rehabilitation here at Carleton University. I'm here to present essentially some kind of continuations of my dissertation, wood and transition, diversifying wood construction to cope with forest change. So this might be a slight shift from architecture focus to some maybe unknown territories in forest ecology and landscape management. So there's kind of 3 parts to this presentation. First is the forest building and functional trait-based approaches. The second part is how to use these trait-based approaches to assess the resiliency of existing wood construction approaches or wood construction products. And the third, if we get there, I put this as a hopeful, I have time at the end of this. The third part is a land-based forest building biogenic carbon assessment discussion. So the first part of this article or this talk will kind of be based upon a previous article released in 2023, a trait-based approach to both forestry and timber building and synchronized forest harvest and resiliency. Again, super long title. Forgive me on the long titles, but it is the nature of the type of journals I publish in, which provided kind of the foundations for this approach. And this kind of question emerged out of my desire to really answer how much carbon is really sequestered in mass timber at the beginning of my research. And you know, at the time, it was around 417 kilograms CO2 per meter cubed. But then when you actually began to look at the uncertainty related to that, it had a uncertainty ratio or uncertainty level of 657 kilograms of CO2 per meter cubed. What this means is that the wood we're using in our building, so the CLT we're using in our building, can go from being massively sequestering, substantially sequestering, to emitting. And really where that kind of rests on is where the asterisk is based upon sustainable forestry management practices. So essentially as architects and designers, as builders, we weren't really able to be agents in this environment or agents in this change if we can't really understand the forests and the management that are going on. That led me to more research into forestry, and the idea that forests are being used for anthropogenic needs is nothing new. Whether in Europe or North America, we've been using forests for energy, for fuel, for housing in North America, and more recently for concerns such as ecosystem management, variable retention to help with declining wildlife populations, as well as other kind of continuous cover methods that are mostly about public perception. But what's really happening now, and what really the world is pressing on forests and wood construction in general, is the effort to reduce our climate impact and decarbonize the environment. So that's where we're being asked. But I really question whether the kind of increased homogenization and massive increased level of utilization required to produce the types of mass timber buildings that are being shown here, such as that by Dialogue, the zero carbon hybrid tower by Dialogue, and the kind of massive mechanization, homogenization, and industrialization of our forest systems that are required to do that, will necessarily produce the type of results that we're looking for. This is further exacerbated by the fact that the type of wood that goes into our mass timber construction is extremely narrow. This is a specific example for Nordic timber, which is up in Chibougamau, Quebec, and one of the largest providers in Canada, where they use roughly 90% black spruce. This is very specific to the region, so we can talk about why that is, but it's just essentially to say that you can't just take the model that Nordic timber is doing and just propagate it across the country or across the world to produce any kind of logical or reasonable solution. This is further exacerbated by the fact that architects and designers remain blind to the many disturbances that are affecting our forests. For all those who kind of live in the Northeast, or the New York region especially, you might remember this fire from 2023. These fires were centrally located in the Chibougamau region, so you're seeing that kind of red region in northern Quebec. That's where those were emerging, and they actually caused smoke damage all the way down to New York City, and it's quite substantial. That fire was roughly 2 times the size of any fire that had happened in more recent history, and has essentially been kind of replicated over the last couple of years. And to take anecdotally, or I don't know specifically, but I was talking to Karen Diamond, the head of the Forest Service carbon modeling team, and she was saying that the emissions of carbon during that year were roughly 1.5 billion tons, and the greatest, that's greater than our national carbon emissions in a year for the whole economy. And when you think about our most progressive decarbonization strategies, they roughly account for roughly 50 million tons per year. So we're at 2 orders of magnitude above annually. You think about the impact of forest fires with respect to carbon change. So this is something we really need to address. Second blind spot we see is disease. I was speaking about this the other day with a colleague here. This is an image of American chestnut, which used to be prolific throughout the Northeast, the United States, and something that doesn't exist now. So something we need to understand that forests will change and will continue to change. A third blind spot we find is insects and pests, which are causing large swaths of standing deadwood, increasing the kind of fuel loads of our forests and exacerbating the impacts of fire on our environments. Examples of that are spruce bugworm, and actually start to begin to speak to these types of forest building relationships that I'm kind of trying to promote here in this product called Beetle Kill Lumber, which is essentially like a very high value interior wood finish that has a blue staining that certain designers and certain clients seem to like. So they're applying it, going in, harvesting the wood before it burns, and then selling it at a profit to facilitate forest management change. And the other blind spot is the kind of increasing direct and indirect effects that climate change is having on all these other disturbance characteristics. And the study by Sato in 2017 concluded that ecosystems and society just must be prepared for the increasingly disruptive future of our forests. So we have to think about our buildings in the same way. Compounding that, the level of uncertainty that our climate models are showing, whether we are hitting, RCP 4.5, RCP 8.5, we don't really fully understand where we're going with regard to the impacts of climate change on our systems, but it looks like we're somewhere between 4.5 and 8.5 with the more extreme versions of climate change. So we should be assuming that these models are maybe conservative in their results. And finally, we remain blind to the kind of successional dynamics of forests. So forests go through certain pathways following a burn, for example. They might end up going through intolerant hardwoods, or maybe they go straight into their black spruce replantation. That results in kind of different forest compositions at different times. So what I'm arguing for here is how buildings need to be tuned to the history and successional dynamics of our forests and plantations. And in order to do so, I've applied a kind of a similar approach that's been used in ecology for a while called functional traits. So I've extended this functional trait-based approach to building. So just as ecologists have gone from using species in forests and planting various species to now beginning to think about functional traits of those trees, builders need to begin to move from a kind of commercial species SPF understanding of construction to understanding how we can begin to use the functional traits of those trees and those species to be used in buildings. So what are functional traits? So functional traits are kind of the properties that make species or wood resilient to ecological change. And in construction, they are properties that make them usable in construction. So You see here on the left, you see ecological traits such as wood density, seed mass, height, specific leaf area, leaf nitrogen, drought tolerance, shade tolerance, and root depth, all things that kind of give various defenses and or susceptibilities to different disturbance scenarios. And from a building side, these are all traits that we've all kind of known for a while, especially if you work on the engineering side. There are physical and mechanical properties of wood, biodeterioration, fire resistance, flame spread index, bonding, finishing, all kind of properties that make us want to use wood in construction. So what I did was essentially just as I clustered all the species according to their ecological traits and their building traits to facilitate a type of substitution approach. So here you're seeing, essentially on the left, you're seeing all the ecological groups. So these are all groups with similar ecological traits. And on the right, you're seeing what I'm calling building groups, essentially species with similar building related traits. So they should facilitate substitution. The problem is the wood species we use in construction only respond to 2 ecological niches, therefore kind of limiting our capacity to address the remaining 4 or 5 kind of ecological niches that are needed in our forest to make them resilient to change. So really what we're kind of proposing, what I'm trying to propose here is to diversify our kind of wood utilization in construction to accept a greater variety of species. I exclude building group 7. These are like decorative ornamental plants, and they're not really ever going to have any commercial value or anything like that. So it's removed. So to test this out, I extended a previous study by my co-authors where they looked at different forest management approaches across the Centre de Quebec region. They used business as usual, so existing forest management approaches primarily focused on commercial species, climate change adaptation forest management approaches, which essentially looked at bringing in similar species but that are more adapted to the climate. So similar species just but from southern areas. And then finally, 2 versions of the functional diversification approach, ones that use these functional trait ideas to determine their forest management approaches. What they found was that essentially the more functionally diversified forests were more resilient to the change, but they simultaneously also increased the forest biomass and forest carbon stored at the same time. But what they didn't look at was the harvest output. So I wanted to understand the impact of these different management changes and climate change scenarios had on harvest output. So here, I assessed the social and ecological impact of change by looking at 3 different climate change scenarios. So the current climate, RCP 4.5, which is kind of a moderate climate. Oh my God, I'm definitely going to run out of time. And RCP 8.5, which is a more extreme climate. And this allowed us to understand the impact of time, climate, and forest management approach on the harvest output. What this kind of allowed us to do is understand when, with what species, and how to build with wood. So certain types of low functional diverse forests may kind of promote or require you to build with certain types of construction, such as light frame, whereas a highly diversified forest not only would produce a higher outcome or a higher harvest output, but they would simultaneously require us to change our construction approaches to support that kind of. Where this kind of really hit home was in finding value in these underutilized species. So whether climate change scenario or functional or forest management approach, whichever one was used, we did see kind of a relatively moderate increase in the kind of main building group 1 and 2, the commercial species that we use. Was somewhat significant. Where the largest change we found was in the kind of building groups 4 and 5, so oaks, hardwoods, and such that are typically underutilized in the wood construction industry. So we really need to find value and ways to utilize these more. So where this kind of ends up, and I'm probably going to skip number 3 because I'm going to run out of time, is now we can begin to use these kind of approaches to assess the resiliency of existing construction assemblies, existing construction products. So I use 3 ecological indicators for resiliency: species richness, functional diversity, and functional redundancy. Species richness is very simple. The bottom forest has a species richness of 1, they're all the same. The top forest has a species richness of 5, it's significantly greater, it has an impact on biodiversity and carbon sequestration, all beneficial, but relatively simplified. When you look at dimensional lumber, for example, the species richness of that is quite low, simply occupies maybe 4 or 5 species. There's roughly 13 in Canada, but in the study region, we only had 4 or 5. When you look at all the commercial groups we think about, you can begin to think about maybe 12 species as we aggregate them together. But then when you begin to look at certain things like engineered wood products, plywoods, OSB, LSL, they start to have a larger variety of species utilized, and you can really find a greater species richness, which was really great. And then finally, when you actually begin to combine these things together into something like a light frame construction, where you have conventional lumber and OSB or plywood, you begin to have a kind of functionally diversified approach, or as high species richness approach. construction approach. Where this becomes interesting and related more to my work is on the functional diversity and functional redundancy indicators. So here, these are kind of critical things. So functional diversity is essentially how much functional trait diversity you have within your kind of product mix. So here, when you represent a forest, the forest in the bottom has a low functional diversity, all kind of pines. In the middle, you see a pine and a birch, which have kind of opposing functional traits, therefore mean they have a high functional diversity. And then when you kind of mix in a greater diversity of species, you can similarly maintain that high diversity. Redundancy, on the other hand, is how many traits are overlapped within these species. So in the bottom, again, you have one single species, so you have a low functional diversity. In the middle, you have two species which have very low overlap, therefore you have a low redundancy. And then on the top, where you have a variety of species which have both different and simultaneous overlapping traits, you have a high redundancy. So the goal in general for a forest is to have high functional diversity and high functional redundancy. So these are the efforts. So what I then did was I looked at the different wood construction approaches and cataloged all the kind of different products that are used in them. In order to understand the functional diversity of each one of them, and we kind of chart them here on this graph. So you're seeing that dimensional lumber, structural composite lumber, wood panels, hardwoods, and solid timber, as well as different scenarios aligned according to their functional redundancy and functional diversity. The goal in this table, in this chart, would be for you to be higher and to the right. So what we see is that dimensional lumber, while having quite a high redundancy, has a substantially lower diversity than others. And only through the usage and introduction of increasingly large amounts of wood panels, which have a kind of higher level of functional diversity, can we actually increase the quality of our construction. But really where it becomes interesting is when you look at the construction approaches, those highlighted in the green bubble, where you see that something like an adaptive timber frame approach might have a very high resiliency. And notably, I want to point out that mass timber is not even on this because it is 0-0 because it essentially uses a single species. So the mass timber that we currently see is not going to be, it's going to be quite susceptible to the changes that we're finding. So this allows us to kind of assess the harvest resource availability and diversion potential of different wood construction approaches. What we found was that the kind of timber mixed adaptive frame approach was able to divert substantially higher volumes of timber. But then when you actually began to look at the kind of output of what that timber could produce, it was slightly different. So here you're seeing the light frame, adaptive frame, and mass timber kind of modular unit, what the function unit was, and the values of their kind of wood utilization quantity. So if you take light frame as 100%, the kind of adaptive timber frame approach, which is more resilient, uses roughly 245% more timber, whereas mass timber requires roughly 550% more timber. Obviously, there are some certain differences in what they can actually do. The structural mass timber would have more impact on loading and all that other things, but it's somewhat relevant. And what we found here was that it actually flipped the kind of output. So you were able to build more light frame homes with the kind of light frame all commercial approach than you could with the adaptive timber frame approach. But what's most important to me is not necessarily the quantity output, but simply the shape of the line. So you're seeing here the three different climate change scenarios according to each kind of management approach. Dotted, the small Japanese dot being the current, the dashed line being warm, and the dark line being hot. And for each approach, other than the kind of adaptive approach, you see a substantial change or gap based upon these different construction approaches. So that would mean that depending on the scenario, we will have a very different output. Whereas on the adaptive approach, the line remains flat. So what that means to me is essentially a resilient construction system that can adapt to the changes in the forest composition and not necessarily have a kind of boom and bust that we see right now in our forest systems. So essentially what this is pointing to is creating a functionally adaptive forest building system. So buildings that are tuned to the forests that they're coming from, as opposed to ones that are just asking for wood, taking what is available. I'm not going to get to the last thing because I've already run out of time, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter. That's exciting stuff, and hopefully we'll have time to get into that. I'm so glad you're adding capacity and thinking about bringing this back to forests. I'm fascinated and moved by the connections between these four papers, and I'll just say as an overview what I found common to all of these topics was a kind of real dedication to staying on the case and decoding complexity in material processing in the way that we in Anna's work, approach adaptability through different frameworks that have been established, and I think the implication in all the work too, really strong sense that much research and development is needed to contend with these issues. So I'm sure there's a lot of questions. I'll just yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Monica, for your talk. This was fantastic. And for an architect, realize that permanence is deadly is what a shock. But I have a question for Dylan. The idea of reusing concrete block is fantastic because it's all over the world, and it's not just the developed world. It's in the third world, so it's potentially enormous. I have a question about did you do a carbon expense analysis, comparative analysis of what the carbon cost would be to reuse these blocks, to recondition them, capture them, recondition, use them, remanufacture them, versus just putting them in the trash pile?
No, I think that's like what would come out of this. The first question was, can we even do this? Like, does it make sense to build with this waste material? It's so ubiquitous, it's everywhere, right? But no one seems to be tackling that challenge. So that was the kind of first set of problems. Now we're saying, okay, what is the time and labor cost? What is the embodied carbon costs? And those are maybe further questions if we can even validate this process. So I think
it seems very labor and process intensive.
Yeah.
Although the design possibilities are really provocative, because you could use a material that shows, these panels that show traces of ruin, and build with ruins, which is, as an idea, is kind of interesting.
Absolutely, that's where I first and foremost want to design something that is beautiful and appeasing, and then figure out if we can do it efficiently.
Yes, well, that's the question.
Yeah, good question.
Can I follow up on that? Quick question about to relate to the coatings questions related to seeing this almost always painted in some way. And I also presume that most of the concrete block that you're using uses Portland-based cement mortar as opposed to lime-based mortar. So how are you handling those two, the joints and the surface?
Yeah, I think there was a couple presentations that talk about the brick recycling machines. So chipping off the mortar is definitely another one of these problems that I think could be automated potentially. In terms of the coating side of things, again, that's kind of telling the history of the block. We also have found a lot of interior non-load bearing block walls that aren't grouted and reinforced, and those have no coatings on them. So I think that's also maybe a way of telling where the material came from, what its previous use was, as an idea of kind of continuing that narrative sort of.
It's not a question to Dylan again, and it's more of a curious technical question. I mean, I was fascinated by the idea of parametism or parametric algorithmic thinking to in a different way where it actually addresses a problem crash or concrete blocks. I think my question is, can you tell us a little bit more about the process of creating an inventory for these blocks? Did you scan them? How did you go about them? How big is the team who did that? And also a little bit more about the algorithmic language that you use to create these samples.
Yeah.
Well, samples.
Yeah, that's where I kind of skirted over that, obviously just for time, but the documentation, we started with like a really high resolution 3D scan and realized we didn't need that much information for this. Like we just really needed to understand critical height and width and then the like broken profiles. So we actually scaled that process back and we were just snapping photos like and having someone rotate the block. So it's like a two-person project. That again could easily be automated, I imagine, with the proper technology and deployment. But we found that just the photography of those profiles was enough to get us the information we required as a designer to get it into the computer and then work with that. In terms of the computational side of things, like we just set up basic algorithms that were packing algorithms for the computations to understand how we could develop like a best fit scenario. that's looking at area ratios. So we have a kind of target area and then an existing inventory of areas and finding that match between the two. Of course, we're, getting excited to talk to the computer science department about can we begin to invest AI or machine learning to help optimize that. But I think like my caveat with it is I don't want the computer to be the sole design of this. So there's still the kind of architect's aesthetic and ability to think about how to arrange these. And that's something we've been really careful to try and say, like this algorithm isn't just a one-off that you click the button and like that's what you get. But is there a way to maybe think about those three prototypes that I've shown as different approaches depending on whether the architect or the client or whomever wants a desired output of that.
We have a question for Peter. And I'd like to know if there are connections between your research and the European Institute for Forest.
There's no connection right now, but I'm in conversation with them about essentially starting some studies over in Europe. So one of the, I didn't get to the end of the presentation, I didn't say this, but one of the caveats about what I'm talking about is that this was for the Centre de Quebec region, right? So the temperate boreal, it's for the central Quebec region. So it's the temperate to boreal forest transition zone, which is why there's certain forest characteristics there. So moving it to both South America's next step across Canada is continuing, and then over to Europe is kind of the following one. So I can make a true kind of results in a way to talk about this as a global issue because they're very different. We have roughly 30 species in North America, whereas in Europe they have about 6. So they work with a very different kind of context in Europe and a very different kind of model of how they treat their forests. So I am eager to get over there and start doing more work.
I know that they are working also in Latin America. I think it's a global problem about the forest. So the connection Europe is really important.
Yeah, no, I think it's what's most critical to me is this sets up a way to counter traditional models of resource extraction economies that result in a boom and bust, right? So typical environments that are based upon primary resource extraction experience, massive increase during the resource extraction period. And then, there's no more resources and essentially the entire economy declines. So it's an effort to try and make that line flatten a little bit. So there isn't so much of the cycle as much of a kind of flat line. So we can support kind of our rural and hinterland economies, the ones that our cities and everything that architecture cares about rely upon. So it's very critical to engage with these places.
Thank you.
Yes, well, first of all, the presentations were all excellent. Thank you for that. My question is for Anna. With regards to the future of this whole notion of modularity. In Montreal, we have Habitat 67 that was done by Moshe Safdie, and every single, it's all precast concrete, every single unit has different rebar because of different loading conditions. And, it's incredible how quickly the standards are changing. It seems to be exponential. So, and there's also this fascination to go to modularity in order to increase the speed up construction. But is there really a future for this in an optic of reuse of these elements, in your opinion?
So thank you so much for the excellent question. The Habitat 67 by Moshe Safdie, I think, is also the best example of how the modularity can work. But as I understand your question, so the circularity in architecture, especially in modularity with changeability and circularity, there is only one way. So I cannot see like the whole architecture should go that way because it's impossible, because the modularity is only the tool. So for me, it's only one way of using architecture in that point, because we need to create the monumental building for heritage. We need to think in different way of modularity, and there is only, I think, the circularity with the modularity way is only one part of the whole architectural universe.
Any other questions?
I just have one last question. Also, I would like to congratulate all the presentations that were amazing. They're really, really interesting and they're very varied as well. It's a question towards Dylan. And I'm kind of thinking 3 steps, or maybe 4 steps ahead of taking the project and maybe thinking of making a kind of like a smaller version or like a version that you can travel, that can actually travel around and maybe go to places of and bring some sort of humanitarian application to in disaster zones or maybe even war-torn zones. Especially, I mean, the best example is what's happening in Gaza at the moment, and they have a lack of materials, but they have a surplus of debris, which it would be. I'm wondering if that could be an interesting application of your system, or start thinking at least theoretically or conceptually in how this could be applied in that kind of.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like my engineer pushed for this kind of tilt up precast strategy that like we could potentially, cast these on a precast plant, tilt them up in 24 hours, deploy them wherever. The kind of, I guess, theoretical or maybe counter argument I've made to him and to myself is like, is that the most sustainable strategy to export these things and ship them around the world? Like, could the system come to a place like Gaza or any site and then actually work with the debris and the rubble and produce it with a close to hand local material versus like, and this was also a logistical thing that we're even dealing with in the kind of scale of Chicago. It's like we're going out these demolition sites, carrying rubble fast to my lab on like a flatbed pickup truck, and then doing this process, which also we're kind of like scratching our heads at. So that became like a real question of how does this system maybe deploy itself as opposed to like we're the sole manufacturer and then shipping this around the world to whatever site that is. But I absolutely see like the possibility of it applying to a variety of different conditions in disaster relief to, we're looking at servers and these kind of big energy hubs now to residential application as well. So that's the kind of, I think, exciting part is like now beginning to speculate about where can this go and where do I want it to go versus where the best application use fit.
Well, a little bit over, but thank you again. This was really great, and lunchtime.
Okay, everyone. My name is Chris Wiebe. I'm from the National Trust for Canada here in Ottawa, and welcome to this next session from historical architecture to trans-historical adaptability. Okay, everyone. My name is Chris Wiebe. I'm from the National Trust for Canada here in Ottawa, and welcome to this next session from historical architecture to trans-historical adaptability. I want to begin, though, however, with a territorial acknowledgement and recognizing that this session will take place on the traditional unceded territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin peoples, the cities of Ottawa and Gatineau, where the Ottawa, Gatineau, and Rideau rivers converge, has served as an important meeting point for over 6,000 years. Indigenous communities utilize the region as a vast communications and trade network, camping along the shorelines during the summer to exchange goods, materials, ideas, and knowledge. In fact, just across the Rideau River from Carleton by the River Rapids, where we were looking at last night, some of us were during that meal, is an archaeological site with occupational layers dating from 1800 to 5,000 years ago. I welcome you to keep these things in mind as we hold our meetings today, and that's particularly apropos with adaptation and adaptability. So why don't we launch in? We'll have our presentations, and then we will 15-minute presentations, and then we'll go to a Q&A period. Our first speaker today will be Fabiola Solari Iribara, and she is going to be talking about the heritage reinscribed, the transformation of El Mercurio and the Valparaíso in Chile. Welcome, Fabiola, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you for joining this afternoon. I would like to start by acknowledging the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, traditional owners from where I present today, and the Mapuche people from where my research is primarily based. Today, I will discuss architectural debates forged in Chile between late 1960s and early 1980s in relation to the intervention of historic city centers, focusing on the transformation of El Mercurio del Paraíso in Chile. I argue that during this period, a particular understanding of heritage conservation was developed in Chile, one centered not only on strict preservation, but on transformation, integration, and continuity. This position significantly differed from the principles established by the Venice Charter less than a decade prior in 1964, which promoted material authenticity, historical legibility, and clear distinction between old and new. The charter was published in the Chilean Institute of Architects Journal, CA, in 1970. To begin, I will briefly outline the broader debates taking place in Chile during this period. During the late 1960s and throughout the 1970s, Chilean architectural journals such as CA and AUCA revealed a growing concern with the relationship between urban development and architectural heritage. At the time, Latin American cities were undergoing rapid demographic growth and extensive urban expansion. Across the region, architects and planners began to question the consequences of modern urbanization, particularly its destructive effects on historic urban fabric. International and local conferences, journals, and biennials became the forums for the criticism of modern planning models. For instance, the ICOMOS Quito norms of 1967 described the adverse effects of urban development in severe terms, such as mutilation, deterioration, and urban vandalism. This criticism resonated strongly in Chile, where architects increasingly questioned dominant narratives of progress associated with modernization. In 1968, the concept of urban renovation, which was the title of the 12th Pan American Congress of Architects, gained prominence as a necessary response to urban decay, advocating for a more humane and context-sensitive approach to city development. In the same year, Chilean architect Jaime Bellalta described the city as the great sick man of the time, emphasizing an urgent call for improvement. Meanwhile, Yolanda Schwartz reflected that if urban deterioration wasn't addressed, Santiago would lose its historic roots. Along with articles that demanded the defense of architectural heritage, the Venice Charter was published in the CA Journal in 1970, together with Chile's National Heritage Law. These documents explicitly provided guidelines and a legal basis for the protection of heritage. Nonetheless, the conservative ideas of the Charter were indirectly challenged during the 14th Pan American Congress of Architects in 1972, which focused on the theme of urban deterioration. Its proceeding noted the city should not be understood as a museum, but as an expression of a spirit capable of transformation without losing continuity. There was a crucial moment, as it meant that there was an interest in the revitalization of monuments to accommodate contemporary life. By the early 1970s, the scope of architectural discourse expanded to environmental concerns, with relevant conferences and texts emphasizing the consequences of indiscriminate development and the need for a more responsible care of both natural and built environments. Within this broader framework, heritage was seen as a part of a larger ecological and cultural system. In 1975, CA Journal was dedicated to architectural heritage and its protection in the context of urban development. In this publication, Roberto Montandon outlined key debates around conservation, restoration, and the preservation of the historic buildings. Importantly, Montandon referenced the work of Italian architect Camillo Boito, who advocated for the coexistence of modern and architectural and historical architecture. He commented how international examples of integrated conservation were gaining attention as part of the 1975 European Architectural Heritage Year exhibit, and how heritage was increasingly being understood as a resource rather than an obstacle to development. These perspectives seemed to resonate with contemporary Chilean architects exploring creative design within pre-existing structures. In 1976, the editorial of CA Journal titled Care for Heritage declared, "We're not a generation of city founders, we have inherited cities already founded, and it is our duty to refound them by reinscribing our heritage in the needs of the present. This statement encapsulated a shift away from preservation as an end to itself towards a more dynamic understanding of heritage as something to be actively transformed. This position was further developed in subsequent years, with architectural heritage being at the center of the first National Biennial of Chile in 1977, and stressed in Rodrigo Pérez de Arce's 1978 essay, Urban Transformations and the Architecture of Additions, where he proposes cities are living entities that need permanence at least as much as they need transformation. Pérez de Arce identified two contrasting attitudes towards the historic city. One that viewed the past in binary terms, to be either preserved or demolished, and another that rejected the distinction between old and new. The latter approach aligned closely with emerging Chilean practices portrayed in the thematic issue New Uses for Old Buildings by AUCA, published in 1980. El Mercurio de Valparaíso Transformation was published as part of this thematic issue. The intervention was carried out in the late 1970s by Cristian de Grote, Hugo Molina, Gloria Barros, and Jacqueline Pertuset. The project received the Remodeling Award at the Second National Biennial of Architecture in 1979. Originally constructed in 1901, the building continued to function as the headquarters of Chile's oldest newspaper after the intervention. Rather than preserving the building in its existing state, the intervention reconfigured its internal organization and material expression. Original layers of plaster and paint were removed, exposing the underlying structural system. This process revealed what the project's publication described as an extraordinary novel structure and constructive character, foregrounding the building's materiality in a way that departed from its original neoclassical decorative scheme. The resulting spatial and aesthetic strategy was defined by a tension between continuity and transformation. While the building's neoclassical facade remained largely intact, the interior was radically reimagined. The exposed cast iron structure was treated in the same color as the newly introduced columns and ceiling elements, creating a unified visual language that blurred the distinction between original and new components. This approach contrasts sharply with the Venice Charter's call for clear differentiation between historical fabric and contemporary additions. Further transformations were introduced through the modification of the building's spatial organization. Brick arch openings were added and enlarged, altering the orientation of the main structural base from longitudinal to transversal. These changes fundamentally redefined the experience of the interior spaces, yet they were designed to appear as if they had always been part of the building. The analysis of the original plans and subsequent drawings revealed that these elements were not part of the original structure, but were carefully integrated to produce a coherent and unified architectural language. When comparing the existing and new plans, for instance, new openings and subdivisions become apparent, which is the case here. This strategy raises critical questions regarding authenticity and historical representation. The exposed brickwork, for instance, suggests a material condition that never existed in the building's original state. Similarly, the newly introduced arches appear as authentic historical features, despite being modern additions. From the perspective of orthodox conservation theory, such interventions could be interpreted as falsification of historical evidence. However, within the Chilean context of the time, they reflect a different set of priorities, namely the creation of a spatial and aesthetic coherence through transformation. Material continuity played a key role in achieving this effect. The use of pink travertine flooring across different sections of the building contributed to a unified spatial experience, while detailed design elements, including oak veneer joinery, lighting fixtures, and other finishes, reinforced a consistent material palette. Even technical aspects, such as the bonding of the new brickwork to the existing structure, were carefully considered, indicating a high level of design integration. Programmatically, the lower levels underwent a significant reorganization. New partitions and service areas were introduced, including a single-course masonry wall that infilled parts of the original structure to accommodate the new functions, such as toilets. These interventions altered the proportion and circulation patterns of the interior, demonstrating a willingness to adapt the building to contemporary needs. At the time of its transformation, El Mercurio del Paraíso was not a protected building. It has since been incorporated into the UNESCO World Heritage Site of Valparaíso, although only its facade is currently protected. The interior spaces where the discussed transformations occurred were severely vandalized and damaged in a fire in 2019. This situation highlights a broader tension within heritage practice. While the building's original facade is preserved as a symbol of historical continuity, the later intervention, despite its architectural significance, is effectively excluded from official heritage narratives. As a result, any future project affecting the interior would face no constraints, raising questions about how different historical periods are valued. The case of El Mercurio del Paraíso invites reflection on the relevance of this 1970s approach to heritage transformation. Would a contemporary intervention demonstrate the same sensitivity to the existing structure, while also embracing transformation as a legitimate design strategy? Or would current conservation frameworks, with their emphasis on authenticity and original fabric, lead to a different outcome? More broadly, the project challenges the binary opposition between preservation and change. By integrating new elements in a way that redefines the building's identity, the intervention exemplifies an alternative model of heritage practice, one that prioritizes continuity, and in doing so, it reflects a moment in Chilean architectural history when heritage was not simply protected, but actively reinterpreted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabiola. Actually, it's so interesting, and we'll save these till the end, but it's just so interesting, the parallels between the development of that kind of philosophy and practice in Chile, and I'm thinking in the Canadian context or the American, sort of following in those decades. There's so many parallels. So let's talk about that later. Okay, so the next presentation, thank you very much for that. I want to dig into that case study a little bit more in the questions, of course. Our next presentation is Existing Buildings, Carbon and Code Analysis. And Ria Alamin, who's an architect at JIMO, and Adam Hatch, who's the president of CAP, will be presenting that for us. So welcome to the stage.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us for this extremely exciting topic. We are going to be talking about building codes, everyone's favorite thing. Working title made it into the conference, and now we have our final title of our report, Unlocking the Value of Existing Buildings, a new approach to codes for carbon, culture, and cost. So as Chris mentioned, Adam Hatch, president of the Canadian Association of Heritage Professionals, and also a practicing architect based in Vancouver. And joining me is the consultant team lead, Ria Alamin, who is a practicing architect in Toronto. So a little bit about CAP. We call ourselves CAP, not CAHP, and we have 700, actually have over 750 members nationally. We are a large umbrella of architects, engineers, planners, policymakers. So this positioned CAP well to be doing this study looking at building codes and their impact on existing buildings. And that led us to this question that brought us to this report. How should Canada deal with the buildings it already has? So unlocking the value of existing buildings was a response to that. It looks at how retrofit and adaptive reuse are not barriers, but they can actually advance housing goals, they can advance climate objectives, affordability, and all when done through a conservation-centric approach to retrofits and adaptive reuse. In order to do this work, we did need to hire a consultant team who were the technical experts. So CAP engaged a team led by JIMO and HAP Climate Design, and they're supported by WSP for engineering disciplines, as well as AW Booker for any costing to build out business cases. So I'll hand it over to Ria to present the technical findings of the report.
Thank you, Adam. So before we introduce some of the case studies very briefly, we just wanted to highlight a few concepts that are relevant throughout the project, which is a whole lot new harden. Next, we studied the project through, focusing on both embodied carbon and operational carbon. Embodied carbon is associated with all stages of the building life, from raw extraction to the end of life. operational carbon is associated with daily operations of buildings, including heating, cooling, and all other operations. We also, as architects and heritage consultants,
New pieces.
yeah, we followed conservation-centric approaches throughout the study, using principles and guidelines guided by the standards and guidelines for the conservation of historic places in Canada, using approaches such as repair that rather than replace, using minimal intervention as much as possible. So these approaches we used throughout the entire study for all the case studies that we will show you briefly. So the project was structured around 3 case studies. The case studies are located in Halifax, Montreal, and Vancouver. They represent different building typologies, different scales, and different units. And they're also, we wanted to mention that none of these buildings is a heritage designated building only. However, they are well-built buildings, they're well-maintained, and still reflect the original construction. For each of the case study, we followed 3 scenarios: retrofit with an addition, and a scenario where we demolish and replace the building with new. So in total, we studied 9 scenarios for the 3 case studies. We'll introduce one of the case studies very briefly. However, the report goes into a lot of details and in-depth analysis of all the components of the building. If you would like to refer to the report. The first case study is in Halifax. It is a mid-century modern office tower built in the 70s and was converted into residential units. As I mentioned, we studied 3 scenarios: A, which is a retrofit, B is retrofit with an addition, and then C is demolition and replaced. And as you can see, the GFA for each of these scenarios is slightly different because of the different circumstances for these buildings. For example, in Halifax, there is a bonus density for conserving heritage buildings. So we followed kind of like a real life scenarios for each of these scenarios. Scenario A, retrofit, is the as-built scenario. So it's actually what happened to the building in real life, which was converted to residential unit. As I mentioned, we followed conservation-centric retrofit strategies to build assumptions to help us with data analysis for these buildings. So for example, for this case study, to simplify the approaches, however, they're very detailed in the report. We kept the structure was reused, the windows were replaced due to change of use and some technical requirements. Majority of envelope was kept, mechanical systems were replaced. And we also know, because this is an actual case study, actual scenario, both permitting and construction schedule were significantly accelerated due to the reuse of the existing building and keeping most of its main components. On the team, we had consultants covering scopes from structural, mechanical, electrical, envelope specialists, and cost consultants. They all provided very detailed assumptions that helped us build the analysis for the case studies. And you can find all these assumptions in the appendices in the report if you're interested to see what was assumed for each of the scenarios. This is an example for structural assumptions for the Halifax case. Briefly, to show you the result of the study, comparing the 3 scenarios that we studied, in addition to scenario zero, we call it, which is an absolutely do nothing to the building. We studied environmental carbon, which is represented in the pink or orange here, and operational carbon, which is the dark blue. We studied upfront costs of upfront construction costs, which is the dark gray, and operational costs, which is the light gray. And we did this study for all of the scenarios for all the case studies. We noticed that the results were fairly similar across the case studies and across all three case studies, with scenario B, retrofit innovation, performing the best in terms of embodied carbon, operational carbon, upfront costs and operational costs, due to the reuse of the existing building and also adding density through the additions. That was really interesting finding for all case studies, and you can find the details of this analysis in the report. Each of these components is broken down further into where this number comes from, into components of the buildings, such as structure, envelope, mechanical systems. So you can see all the details in the report. We also did a very quick approximate study of how much demolition waste demolishing each of these case studies would generate. And as you can see, it's an enormous amount of landfill for the Halifax case study, for example. Our second case study is based in Montreal. It's an entirely different type of building. It is an industrial building from the 40s, used to be a textile factory, converted into offices. The as-built scenario for this case study is a retrofit with an addition. So we were able to see the actual drawings and specifications for this specific scenario. And similar to Halifax, we studied three scenarios with different floor area and different kind of configurations to comply with either current zoning or what heritage requirements required for the case studies. To make the analysis very consistent, we studied all the data per meter square to have kind of like a unit that is the base of all the analysis, so they're all consistent. We followed similar strategies for Montreal, conservation-centric strategies such as reusing the structure. No insulation was added to the masonry. Windows were replaced and systems were replaced. And you can see here comparing the scenarios for Montreal. Also, scenario B performs the best in terms of embodied carbon, operational, and cost. And you can see in scenario C, in this specific case study, the embodied carbon is significantly higher, and the cost is also per square meter is a lot higher than the other scenarios. So I will hand it over to Adam to speak about high-level findings for all the case studies and all the scenarios and some key takeaways.
Here we are not going to go over the Vancouver case study. It's a smaller wood frame building, and it has a different storyline to it, where different factors are driving the carbon equation. But here we can see all three case studies laid out against each other, and we learned that different provinces have different stories, and that's because it depends on your energy grid where you are, where your operational carbon, how much your building operations, how much operational carbon is being generated from that. However, a lot of provinces that have fossil fuel dependent or other non-renewable grids are planning to green their grids, and the plans are in place. So in Halifax, for example, 80% of their grid is to be renewable energy by 2030. So these plans are already in place. They're not going to likely be changing. And when you project with the greener grid into the future, you see the story of Halifax begins to change, and the scenario C, new construction, all of a sudden becomes the worst performing in the whole life carbon measurement. So we can see as a result of this conservation-centric approach to retrofits, that really reusing buildings is in a whole life carbon lens, the best approach to be taking. And that's really the differentiator of CAP's reports that we did, is that it is focused on conservation. So here's our report, Unlocking the Value of Existing Buildings. Here's some key learnings that we found in the report. And you can find this available online, as well as a series of briefing notes that Kat prepared, which here's one example, which has some summaries of the report, as well as some key actions that you can take if you are an architect, if you are a structural engineer, if you are a building envelope professional, if you're dealing with an authority having jurisdiction that's being a little bit difficult. I know that would never happen in real life, but if it were to happen, good hand down briefing notes, and maybe it'll come around a little bit. So the final takeaways from our report is that conservation is the key to unlocking the value of existing buildings. This isn't like other retrofit studies. It's really about reusing what can be reused and approaching with the attitude that has value. And as we can see, when you measure in full life carbon as opposed to just operational performance, that value really begins to emerge. And national model codes and their application by those authorities having jurisdiction should recognize the value of existing buildings and not continue to try and shrink that blue part of the bar graph when if that can't shrink small enough, you all of a sudden demolish the whole building, and then you're in scenario C, you have a giant pink bar. And then successful outcomes depend on engaging the right people to do the job. So having people that know how to evaluate existing conditions for reuse, who are not going to go in and say, all of this needs to be gutted, all of it needs to be replaced. So at CAP, our professionals are trained in that, and we do that vetting for you so that you know when you hire a CAP member that you're engaging someone who can build that long-term value for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rhea and Adam. Fantastic. Like what a great report. We've been longing. We've been in Canada. We haven't had that. There's been many reports like that in Europe and also in the United States, kind of comparing these things. So it's a game changer. So thank you to CAP for quarterbacking that. Okay, so our next speakers, there's a few things I want to unpack, of course, later with the questions to that, but we'll get to that later. Our next group of speakers is from Loughborough University, and it's Jinjin Yu, Robert Schmidt, and Simon Richards, and they're going to be presenting on reinterpreting architectural heritage narratives through adaptive reuse. Although I guess they've changed, everyone's changing their titles on me. Yeah, just look up rather than like looking at this text. That was, paper stays put, isn't it? Okay, so retained fabric, reconstructed value, rethinking post-industrial adaptive reuse. Jinjin, welcome here.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jinjin, and I'm a PhD student at Loughborough University. It's a pleasure to be here to share my research with you today. And my presentation is titled Returned Fabric, Reconstructed Value, Rethinking Post-Industrial Adaptive Reuse. So let me begin with the research background. The adaptive reuse has become increasingly important in the context of urban regeneration and sustainable development. In heritage reuse projects, the reuse does not simply preserve existing buildings. It also reshapes industrial memory, urban identity, and broader understanding of cultural value. However, existing research often examines those issues through the separate thematic lenses, such as governance, sustainability, heritage value, or design strategy. And many studies also focus on their individual themes or single cases. So as a result, it remains less clear on how material, narrative, and institutional dimensions work together across the project, and what comparative themes become visible when they read together. So the aim of this study is to test whether a previously development analytical framework can function as a preliminary comparison lens. And to do this, apply the framework to 6 post-industrial adaptive reuse projects in the UK and China. So to address this question, this study applies our previously development analytical framework with the 3 dimensions. The first dimension is the spatial transformation. It focuses on the adaptive reuse intervention that shift the architectural structure and building's use. And the process is often shaped by the architects and designers. And the second dimension is the social value, is a social narrative. It examines how heritage value is expressed through the memory and community action. and it's focused on the everyday stories and collective practice. And this process is often shaped by the communities and users. And the third dimension is economic governance. It examines how heritage value is framed by institutional and market logic through the process of commercialization and economic regeneration. So this process is often reshaped by institutional and governance and capital. And through those, the value reconstruction is understood as an emergent outcome of the interaction between the spatial transformation, social narrative, and economic governance. So to apply this framework, this study adopts an interpretive scan approach. This approach is based on the secondary data and is designed for structural comparison across cases. And the evidence base, including the public accessible materials such as planning, document, official project description, heritage statements, media coverage, and promotion or interpretive materials. And in this sense, the framework is used as an interpreter rather than a performance evaluation or peer model. And in terms of selection logic, the project was chosen from a shared post-industrial heritage lead reuse context. And they are selected to enable comparison between the UK and China, and to support the sustained publicly accessible evidence and to provide a variation in program skill and governance. So based on those selection principles, this study identified the 6 comparative cases, 3 from UK and 3 from China. And the 3 cases are the Battersea Power Station and King Cross redevelopment and Liverpool maritime mercantile city with a focus on the Dockland heritage context. And they represent different form of post-industrial reuse. A former power station transformed into a mixed reuse commercial complex, railway warehouse reused at our campus and retail quarter, and the Dockland heritage reshaped through the tourism and the cultural regeneration. And together, they provide a range of reuse contexts and from capital-led landmark regeneration to railway heritage reuse and the conservation tourism redevelopment tensions. And the other 3 cases are from China, including the 798 Art District, Shogun Industrial Park, and Oakloft, and they are emerged from the post-industrial setting, but they reflect their different redevelopment pathway. The artist lead creative distributing, state lead renewables through the Olympic transformation, and design lead lifestyle and creative industrial branding. So taken together, the UK and the Chinese case provide both a shared post-industrial context and meaning variation for comparison. So each case was read through the 6 indicators organized under the 3 main dimensions. And the spatial transformation, this analysis focused on the architectural strategy and material and symbolic continuity. And the social narrative, it examines the heritage storytelling and representation, as well as the selective memory and identity reconstruction. And the economic governance, it considered the policy orientation and the institutional framework, together with the investment logic and economic models. And those indicators was not used for the formal scoring. Instead, they were used as a structural interpretive lens, allowed each case to be read through the same set of questions for the cross-case comparison. So the rig chart provides a visual comparison across the 6 cases. They are not used for formal scores, but as a visual profile or relevant emphasis. And the profile shows an even relevant distribution across the spatial transformation, social narrative, and economic governance. And those imbalance suggest an even contingent pathway of value reconstruction. So across the cases, this pathway appears to move from the economic governance to spatial transformation and then to social narrative, as shown in the diagram on the right. The economic governance frame and condition the spatial transformation. Spatial transformation then selectively mediate the industrial memory within the social narrative. So based on the overall pattern, the first key finding is that there are economic governance conditions to value reconstruction. So in the UK cases, this often appears through the partnership-led planning, public-private coordination, long-term leasing, and mixed-use regeneration. And in the Chinese cases, the governance model are more differently. 798 art district was moved from the informal artist occupation to the formal planning control, and Loft reflects a developer-led creative industrial model, and Shogun is more clearly state-led and supported by the public investment and even infrastructure. So the key point is that the economic governance worked as a selective value filter. It shifts whether industrial heritage is mobilized as a real estate value, cultural tourism value, creative brand value, or symbolic political value. And in other words, the governance do not simply manage the adaptive reuse. It helps decide which form of heritage become viewable and investable. So the static finding focuses on how industrial memory is spatially reshaped into the new place identity. And in many cases, the industrial traces do not disappear. They remain variable, but they are edited, curated, or reinterpreted through the adaptive reuse. Here, the 798 art district is a useful example. The original factor structure is still variable, but is combined with the insert gallery surface and cultural programming. So as a result, the site shifts from the industrial workspace to a publicly accessible cultural exhibition space. So the key point is that the industrial fabric remains variable, but its meaning changes. So it becomes the part of new cultural branding and the redevelopment identity. And the third finding is that the material intention does not necessarily produce the narrative continuity. So the return structure may become atmosphere, symbolic resources, or part of branding or place identity. So the narrative continuity requires not physical retention, but also interpretation, publicly memory, and governance support. So Lee-Port makes this point especially clear. The dockland fabric remains highly variable. However, the loss of UNESCO World Heritage status illustrates how development-led governance can weaken the relationship between the material continuity, heritage interpretation, and institutional recognition. So the key point is that the variable fabric do not necessarily sustain the industrial memory. And at the same time, the Shogun Industrial Park represents a partial exception. So unlike some other cases, its industrial past is not primarily reshaped through the lifestyle branding or creative cluster identity. Instead, still memory remain clear, visible, and symbolically important. So as the image shows, the return still making infrastructure still highly visible across the site. And those return structure are then connected to the Olympic, ecological, and the national redevelopment important narratives. So the key point is that the industrial memory still play a central role in Shogun's story, but it is also connected to the political, ecological, and the Olympic redevelopment agenda. So to conclude, let me briefly summarize the key message. The adaptive reuse is not simply a process of retaining or losing heritage value. Instead, the heritage value is selectively reconstructed. So in the preliminary comparison, the value reconstruction appears to follow a contingent pathway for economic governance to spatial transformation and then the social narrative. So the contribution of this framework is that it supports the structured early stage configuration, and more importantly, it helps to trace the directional and even prioritize the interaction between those three dimensions. So and shows which heritage meaning become variable, actionable, or outlooked within the adaptive reuse process. And future research can build on this. So the deeper cases study, for example, the individual and policy analysis and more detailed field work. And it can also take additional alternative pathway for value reconstruction. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Jen. Great to see that kind of like adaptive reuse being analyzed through those different kinds of lenses. So looking forward to looking at that again a little bit more. So once bitten, twice shy, or twice bitten, twice shy. I'm going to look at this for the title. Our next presenter, so Kit Mann, and she's our next speaker, and she's a PhD candidate here at the Asbury School of Architecture and Carleton University. And she's going to be presenting on adaptive policy, resilient heritage, imagining alternatives in Ottawa, Canada. Welcome to the stage, Kit.
Okay, hi everyone. Thank you for being here. I would like to preface my presentation by stating that in the relatively short time that I've been studying adaptive reuse directly, there were certain things I noticed that really troubled me. And so this presentation will be about what I've noticed, and my hope is that it stimulates an open conversation about the issue. So there is a tension within adaptive reuse between the ways it can benefit communities and the ways that it can be weaponized against vulnerable members of those same communities. And I'm sure at this point, we're all really familiar with the benefits of adaptive reuse. On that note, I do want to draw attention to the definition of heritage by scholar Laura James Smith. Beyond tangible and intangible heritage, she frames heritage as a cultural process of engagement, communication, and meaning-making. And this definition positions materials as secondary to the people, giving meaning to those materials, and this is the basis of my reasoning. In CAF's recent publication, Unlocking the Value of Existing Buildings, the argument for reuse is a strategy for meeting Canada's social, cultural, economic, and environmental goals. The statement is actually very similar to what I once noted in 1975, that the conservation of architectural heritage should become an integral part of urban and regional planning. In 2024, the Ontario Provincial Planning Statement also notes that before consideration is given to developing new infrastructure and facilities, adaptive reuse should be considered wherever feasible. But since our regulations aren't very great at facilitating adaptive reuse, current policy discussions often prioritize the human barriers. A closer look at the suggested changes from CAP shows a focus on improving the technical ease of reuse through zoning, planning, and financial tools. And while these policy changes may make doing adaptive reuse easier, they don't directly address the right of communities to social sustainability. And I believe that our considerations of sustainability and by extension adaptive reuse should really not be limited to material or environmental concerns. What do I mean by that? Well, CAP actually touches on a very volatile challenge in reuse that not all touch on explicitly. Retrofit programs need to address the complex issue of displacement and ensuring benefits reach lower income and marginalized groups. This challenge stems from the broader phenomenon of gentrification, which Alan Watts and Raymond Marinin identified through one, change in the tenure status of the housing in the neighborhood, two, increases in relative land and dwelling values and simultaneous declines in affordability, three, upgrading in the social class and the neighborhood predominantly working class to middle class or higher. Between 2014 and 2024, the median rent in Ottawa increased 61.3% from $992 to $1,600 a month. Meanwhile, the median household income, this is from the census, by the way, the median household income in a similar time frame from 2011 to 2021 only increased 21.1%. Out of curiosity, I did look up the monthly rent of a one-bedroom unit at an upcoming affordable housing development in Little Italy. It's $1,600 a month, an affordable one-bedroom unit. This is unsustainable. So in Canada, it is illegal for landlords to unilaterally evict a tenant without a substantial breach of the rental agreement, unless vacating the unit was for personal use, major repairs, demolition, or renovations, which adaptive reuse falls under. If we consider what is happening in our cities right now, perhaps a more accurate description of adaptive reuse would be this one from the Los Angeles Adaptive Reuse Program Summary. Adapting an existing economically obsolete building for a more productive, the commodification of housing combined with a push for gentrification, masquerading as revitalization, has resulted in economic gains for those in the homeowner and developer class at the cost of those who cannot afford to access the same benefits. Ottawa's housing needs have far surpassed their current attainability, and their vulnerable demographics are disproportionately affected by affordability barriers and housing instability. Architecture scholars B. Plavutz and Kumar raised concerns that rather than avoiding gentrification, adaptive reuse risks unintentionally driving long-term gentrification by highlighting the economic value of a particular area. And in the same vein, scholars Alan Chandler and Michaela Pache argue that heritage has the potential to be co-opted as a mechanism to enable gentrification and allow profit-led regeneration under the brand of collective identity. Contrary to the frequent dismissal of reuse as financially infeasible, researchers Robert Shipley, Steve Utz, and Michael Parsons found that even though adaptive reuse projects may require more upfront capital, the projects yield higher rates of return due to their marketing potential post-adaptation, especially for historic buildings. Additionally, though adaptive reuse is often aligned with incentivizing housing growth, researchers like Emma Abramovitz, Nicholas Lynch, and Matthew Young argue that these incentives often result in the commodification of heritage assets and the displacement of residents by catering to a wealthier demographic through exclusive conversions. And so whether these projects target affluent clientele to maximize profit or to recuperate higher upfront costs, the socioeconomic displacement and the loss of intangible heritage as a result remains the same. In 2019, Vanier was selected as a pilot location for the development of cultural and creative districts in Ottawa. This is a neighborhood in the eastern part of the city, and its historical demographic consisted of Francophone and working class. And today, the area is home to one of the highest concentrations of urban Indigenous people in the city, who are drawn to the area by the strong network of Indigenous support and cultural centers. Together with the Vanier Business Improvement Area, BIA, and the Vanier Community Association, they're working towards enhancing the cultural life and public safety in the area, attracting new businesses and residents, improving the physical attractiveness and brand of the neighborhood. And these are not bad things inherently, but the tension that I had mentioned earlier is evident here. Coordinators of that plan drew inspiration from the international precedent of Soho in New York City, which successfully underwent community-led cultural revitalization. But honestly, it should be understood as a cautionary tale, considering how its success involves it becoming one of New York's most expensive and exclusive neighborhoods. Here's some quick stats. The 2021 census data shows that Vanier has the lowest median household income in Ottawa at $62,400, with nearly a third of the residents earning less than $40,000 a year. It also identified that while 36% of households in Ottawa overall are renters, the percentage actually inverts to 73% in Vanier. And renters are most at risk in situations of gentrification because they don't have control over one of their most basic human needs, which is shelter. Between 2017 and 2023 in Ottawa, this was the increase in the types of eviction notices issued when landlords wanted to renovate, demolish, or convert rental units. And Vanier sees eviction filing rates more than double the city's average. In a report on the lived experiences of displacement in Ottawa, interviewed tenants described how processes initially framed as revitalization often preceded their displacement. 90% of participants in that study could not afford to stay in their original neighborhoods post-displacement. 61% of them ended up with a reduced sense of belonging. 56% of them reported a loss of community networks. City legislation could expedite the construction of more housing, but it doesn't guarantee the suitability, attainability, or of what's constructed. Heritage regulations might maintain the material integrity of the building, but they don't promise continued access to those whose history is trying to preserve. And these issues are not exclusive to adaptive reuse, and there are many adaptive reuse projects grounded in community and social responsibility, but they exist within a greater context that prioritizes profits. The negative impacts of adaptive reuse is, or in Cap's word choice, complex. It is multi-horned, it's disembodied, it's rooted in issues of systemic injustice, capitalism, racism, among other things. And so without robust protections for vulnerable communities, adaptive reuse promoted as a tool for revitalization risks becoming an instrument of harm. You might be wondering who these people are. In 1999, these four spearheaded an adaptive reuse ordinance in Los Angeles that granted faster entitlements, reduced development fees, and eased building codes for development projects that reuse existing buildings in an effort to ease urban economic decline. It was very popular among developers and policymakers. It took 9 years for California to formally and explicitly recognize the full effects of the ordinance. The conversions it incentivized resulted in the overwhelming displacement of lower income tenants with limited options for relocating to comparable affordable housing. While LA and Ottawa contexts are different, this is a real example of how focusing on technical and regulatory ease can essentially backfire. Adaptive reuse is in a unique position where, more so than in new construction, it gives an opportunity for builders and designers to learn about the existing people and history of a site. It's a reminder that this is not tabula rasa, that buildings are not isolated things and that they are more than just numbers on a cost-benefit analysis. If we want adaptive reuse to truly be a vessel for social benefit, then we contend with how systemic deference to technicalities of the budget treats displacement and the loss of human dignity as a banal collateral consequence for achieving economic success. Ultimately, I think that we should be aiming to operate with a holistic awareness of adaptive reuse. Maybe the most critical adaptation is not of a building or material, but of the practitioner's own policies and engagement with the site's living heritage. A dual track approach could alleviate some of the concerns about the weaponization of adaptive reuse. So the adaptation of legislative frameworks and policies to prioritize social outcomes, yes, but also along with the implementation of a personal internal policy or code of conduct as an ethical baseline for decision making. Yes, as a mercenary profession, architects have limited control over the decisions of those who hire them. But as designers of the built environment, architects have a direct hand in the quality of life of all who exist within what they create. Influencing government policy may seem a bit much for individuals, but we can still exercise agency at a personal level. Take the Hippocratic Oath, which is not legally binding, but informs the foundational ethical decisions made by medical professionals to do no harm. Architects can and should contend with the complexities of their profession to move beyond technical compliance and into ethical accountability for social sustainability. The abilities of each individual practitioner will vary, but together we could move architecture towards a more equitable practice that designs for the full spectrum of human life. Just as architecture theorist Fred Scott raises the question, which is the more authentic, the houses restored by the agencies or the others, those altered by the residents, maybe we should be asking which is a truly revitalized cultural hub, one that is economically revitalized and beautified with the collateral displacement of original inhabitants, or one that intentionally sustains its community without creating an exclusive space for only the privileged. The Declaration of Amsterdam reminds us that the conservation effort to be made must be measured not only against the cultural value of buildings, but also against their use value. And since adaptive reuse purports to incur social benefit, it is the obligation of those who practice it to question who this use benefits and what use there is for architecture that facilitates placement. So even with full acknowledgement of the benefits of adaptive reuse, I find it hard to remain optimistic as long as it's easily weaponized to serve greed and apathy. Beyond Vanier, parallel trajectories of displacement have unfolded throughout Canada and worldwide. The Distillery District in Toronto, the Highline Park in New York, the Tate Modern in London. Adaptive reuse, like any other tool, can have restrictions that prevent it from being used for harm. Otherwise, what we end up preserving isn't just the material and cultural heritage, but also a legacy of displacement and innovation. Architect Peggy Deemer pointed out how the effects of architecture often escape scrutiny. But if we were to confront the core issues of our profession as we do to buildings through the theories of adaptive reuse, what would we adapt and what would we reuse? Would we draw a line between us and the inhabitants of our buildings, similar to how architect Zaha Hadid did with confronted with the possibility that migrant workers died building her design, where she said, I have nothing to do with the work. It's not my duty as architect. Or would we adapt the practice of architecture and revitalize our sense of accountability towards the well-being of all in the built environment? And so to conclude with a question, because this is something that only one can answer for themselves, what is the profession that we want to practice?
So while you're all getting warmed up with your questions, I have a few here too, and it kind of goes back to some of the origins of your projects. And maybe we should start with Fabiola, because I was thinking, like, you're settling on the El Mercurio project. Was that a really kind of an influential project there in Chile, in Valparaiso? Is it representative of that time in the 1970s when there was that really kind of that emerging kind of idea of how conservation should be done? I guess there's that whole kind of question of the facade and the interior, but how representative was the handling of that particular that site at that moment in Chile?
Thank you, Chris. I think part of my PhD is researching other case studies, so I guess that's yet to be found. But rather than like influential, I think it's interesting like what was happening in the debates and what was happening in practice with different projects. Certainly, it was representative as it was portrayed in national biennials and it was awarded like a remodeling award at the time. But I think like what I'm trying to portray by researching these case studies is a better understanding of what architecture practice looked at the time, which is often like you find like adaptive reuse buildings, and most of the case studies are from Europe or from North America or other latitudes rather than like the I don't know, like even in Australia where I'm based now. Maybe understanding how things were done at the time in the southern hemisphere might bring different attitudes towards conservation, which might be worth understanding.
Yeah, looking forward to those other case studies. Yeah, I think all of these projects, all of these presentations really look towards kind of the evolution, whether it's happened over time or whether the ones that need to happen in terms of heritage conservation thinking and around adaptive reuse thinking. I'm just trying to think of like with the CAP example, with that report, and really trying to insert yourself into that conversation. I guess some of the what was the impetus around what you were seeing in terms of like developing that report? Were there particular gaps or were there particular things that you were trying to advance there?
Yeah, in practice, we were seeing oftentimes the building code was the reason for demolition, whether it was demolishing an entire building or demolishing parts of buildings that could have been retained, could have been repaired. And it was really the application of the code as well as the structure of the code that was causing this through upgrades and parts of the country not having building code provisions for existing buildings and their upgrades. I didn't know anything about building codes. I was terrified of them, so I dove right in British Columbia trying to change the BC building code and learned that there was a national harmonization effort going across for all building codes. So I said, great, I'll join the national board of CAP, and we applied for this project, and I got to design the framework of the project and how it would systematically tackle both educating the industry about how to apply building codes to existing buildings, as well as doing some of the work for the people that write building codes, tell them how they need to be changed.
Maybe we can come back to that a little later too, but I was interested to see in that Halifax example, I was wondering where they all kind of looked, retention, demolition and rebuilding. There weren't too many differences there in terms of the actual, unlike the Montreal example, where it's very stark in terms of the carbon impacts. But obviously, yeah, the way the energy is generated was made all the difference. All the landfill, perhaps, I suppose. Yeah, Jinjian, I'm just wondering about in terms of the your kind of approach there. Were you I guess in terms of like the limitations that you were seeing in terms of the way adaptive reuse was being framed in a more kind of like traditional way? Was that sort of one of the driving forces behind? I'm still trying to grapple with that model and how it can be applied in various situations. But do you want to sort of take us into where that came from and the kind of the impetus for that a little bit more?
Yeah. So and this is just the secondary database. So I sent so an in-depth analysis maybe provide more details on one or two case study, but if I want to identify the broader pattern between the 6 cases, I need to identify the broader pattern.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think Lian Wong is going to talk about this afternoon about kind of like typologies around adaptive reuse. It's interesting to see, and others like Françoise Estor-Bolat, she's sort of done work around that too. But I think this when you're looking at the social, the economic, and the spatial, like it's an interesting lens there for sure. to dig into. And I guess, yeah, Kit, I guess in terms of your kind of work, I mean, in terms of the looking at the kind of that interaction between heritage policy and gentrification, are there particular parts of heritage policy that is it a general blindness, or are there certain kind of areas within, at least I guess in the Ottawa context, that you could speak to where there's that how do we fix some of these things, like in the CAP sense, where you can go in and like change the algorithm? How do we change the algorithm or work for them?
But it's hard to become right this because I am very aware that as one person I can't fix anything. Like it's difficult as an individual to fix something, and so I was hoping to bring it to people's attention to start the conversation so that we're talking about it and so that we're more aware of it. Because in my experience from the conversations that I've had and from what I've noticed, a lot of people are talking about the benefits of adaptive needs, and not that that's not true. Adaptive needs is really good. I don't want to come across as like adaptive needs is bad. I think that it can do so many amazing things, and that, as I mentioned, like there are a lot of amazing projects out there that are doing a lot of good, but it's such a shame to see it being used or see people using it for harm. And you know, we might not want to categorize those types of projects as adaptive needs. We might not want to recognize it, but if people are using the not loopholes, but if they're using the need regulation we need for adaptive use in order to do these things, well, it falls into adaptive use. So also just like seeing people around me sort of fall victim to these types of adaptive use and this kind of expectation, it made me, is there something that we can do? And the only thing, and one of my answers was, well, okay, there has to be rules that we need to have legislation, but also aside from that, we also need to be aware as we operate that everything we do, especially as designers of the built environment, is have the ability to affect the built environment and therefore people within it. So even just like an awareness, to start there and to start the discussion, I think would be great.
Yeah, I know. I love your idea about the Hippocratic Oath. That sounds great. But more on that. But Andrea, did you have a quick? No, there was a question in the back there.
Yeah, I thought it was it's a nice panel because all of them used some form of case study as kind of the methodology. And case study is somewhat problematic in that it's based upon your selections. So I'd love to hear your thoughts about how you selected the cases that you selected, and then also at what point do you think we could kind of reach a satisfying point of how many of these cases do we need to look at to start to make sort of broader claims about the effects of gentrification and adaptive reuse or carbon, et cetera. So how did you select? And then if you were to say like your research agenda going forward is I need to do 3,000 of these before we would reach a point where we could really say something about the cases.
So they are chosen because firstly, they both from their heritage lead post-industrial context, and they provide the variation in program scale and governance. And also they very close to my framework about their 3 dimensions. And importantly, they provide their efficient, publicly accessible materials. So yeah, this is my reason for the cases.
So initially, my case study was actually different. It used to actually be the neighborhood that I live in currently, and that's the image that was on my abstract, but it was a little too personal. And so I shifted to a different neighborhood with a similar demographic. But to be honest, I think that if there's more than one case study where this is happening, where people are being displaced, I think that's more than enough to say something needs to be done. Especially if that case isn't, and it's like extraneous circumstances that are causing it. And we know that there's no way Vandy is the only neighborhood being gentrified through these types of methods. And so I don't think we need 3,000 case studies.
We chose our case studies for a range of building typologies, building uses, as well as climate and energy grid locations. We would like to have done many more case studies, but our funding was limited, so we originally had 5, and we had to cut down to 3 when the bids came in. We would like to do more because there's just so many different combinations of uses, materials. So we tried our best to capture modern heritage through the Halifax case study. It's also large scale. It's office to residential conversion. 2 of the case studies focus on housing because it is such a national priority right now. So there was an attempt to focus on housing, but also have a commercial use one. The Montreal case study is a more kind of stereotypical heritage building in most people's minds. It's a masonry building. And then I don't live in Toronto, and I wanted to have something applicable to where I practice in BC. So there's the wood frame house in the study, something that often doesn't get included in heritage discussions. So it's well to British Columbia.
No, that's great. Smaller scale too. Fabiola, do you want to jump in with your? I guess you talked a little bit about that with the El Mercurio.
Yeah, like well, I do have a few other case studies, but like selection is always hard. I think for me it had to do with this parallel between discourse and practice, and like the relationship between guidelines and actual transformations is also relevant. That some part of the building has a public use, and it's like from this point in time, from the 1960s onwards. But I guess it's really hard to know when it's enough case studies. It's always like an issue with like time frames and what you can achieve.
Good point. Okay, there's a question. Maybe a question over here, and then I'll come back to you, Mario.
Thank you so much for your presentation, amazing panel. All of you have been spoken about, of course, the values that are embedded in adaptive reuse. My question is actually a bit specific on the work of Priya and Adam, but it's meant to be really open to everybody here, actually. I do think that using embodied carbon, embodied energy as a way also to inform another layer in evaluating what is there in existing buildings is so interesting. I'm really on it also. I like it. I just have a question. In your evaluation, you are comparing these 3 scenarios, right? But did you also have been taking into account the embodied carbon, embodied energy, then the carbon that was spent before, so the one embedded in the existing buildings, as a part of the story, to assess those 3 different scenarios, and also to add a kind of environmental value to the existing structure? It's just a question.
Yeah, I think I mentioned in one of the slides that the technical team finance design actually used scenario 0 as a base to study all the data against. So this scenario 0 is just the building as it is without any modification. So you see there is an embodied carbon associated with it, and there's also operational carbon associated with an existing building that is of a certain age. And then all the like the rest of the results were built on this like base model.
One thing I learned from this process is that when you're doing an LCA, you don't account for the embodied carbon of demolishing an existing building. So we did have our team include the demolition of the existing building. Most LCAs only require you to account for the demolition of the building you're designing. But I can tell you, there is no LCA conducted in 1910 on any existing building. So there's this disconnect between the theoretical framework of what an LCA is and the reality that all that carbon going in the garbage if you're demolishing a historic building.
And I think that's also mentioned in the report methodology on the limitations, because as Evan mentioned, this data is not really available and it's not widely studied. So it is a small portion, but the reality is a lot more. It's just this information is not available for like the demolition of these buildings. So it is a very interesting thing. There's a lot of discussion with this.
I don't know, did Kit or Jen, did you want to dive in on that one too, or straight on? I guess the other thing that comes to mind too, in terms of the value in material, like, and that's what I really liked about that 750 dumpsters or whatever of material. It's not just numbers, it's not just, carbon per se, which is powerful, but it really kind of captures it. I mean, it's really interesting to think of like where those origins and those kind of the extraction, the impacts on the landscapes that are sort of off somewhere, and where these materials come from. You can even see it here with like Ottawa, with the lumber that came out of the Ottawa Valley. There was 20 million trees were taken down. They were put into ships and railway ties, but a lot of them are actually in buildings in England now and in Ireland. So they're there, they have value. So I mean, it's interesting to think about like the carbon, the material itself. It's a fascinating level of narrative. Okay, Mario, you had a question too?
Yeah, no, well, comment and questions is, I don't know if you have considered, everyone, to link the numbers with the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. Because actually Canada has to report on the advancement of this, and every country has to do it. And, in Canada, we have the UNESCO Institute of Statistics, which is a Category 1 center, independent from UNESCO, and they report on 4.11, which is, of cultural heritage in urban settings. So, I mean, there is data there. There is a commitment of the countries, but I think it will be interesting to explore that in adaptability. Also because in the SDGs, we cover all the social aspects, many of the other ones besides the one on urban settings.
Fabiola, just chiming in with you in Chile, is it like just in terms of the evolution of some of the kind of the heritage conservation gaze there? I mean, has the SDGs and like linking some of those work there been something that you've been coming across in terms of the way things are working there?
Yeah, I think so. I would say, like, because I come from a conservation practitioner background as well, what I'm interested in is, like, what I'm finding through these projects is that, for example, where I'm based now in Australia, there's a big differentiation between what, like, let's say designers, like architects from a design like practice are interested in, and like it's very separated from heritage practitioners, and it's somehow seen as like heritage practitioners are the ones who say what you can keep and the rest you can change, whereas in Chile it's more entangled, so not like without being linked to specific goals or like policies, there's a different mindset in terms of like, even though you might not be working in a heritage specific architectural practice, you see existing structures with a different side, and I think my interest in, or what I found through this research is that these courses, these debates, these ways of approaching what is existing are like, I don't know, like based in a tradition of how the built environment is understood, and comes from, I don't know, like understanding the built environment as a resource and something that is scarce, and like from seeing that as value rather than like as a goal or something that needs to be complied with. It's kind of like it's what you have and you need to make the most of it in a way. So I think that might add interesting insight into debates right now, because contemporary critical conservation basically debates what's the future of heritage, or what can we add to what we have, and somehow this has been in the conversation for a while in Chile.
No, it's great to hear that, to hear more about that. I think we started 5 minutes late, so I think we can go 5 minutes over. So we've got about a minute or two left. Were there some other people on the panel that wanted to jump in on Mario's question about the UN SDGs or something on those along those lines?
I think I'd just be very interested in actually seeing where, if it aligns, whether it aligns, if there is an alignment, and how it aligns. But there also is definitely like, yeah.
No, but I mean, I'm gonna put my ICOMOS hat. If you go into the ICOMOS SDG report, you will find how all the SDGs have been applied to specific case studies, and some of these case studies are actually adaptive reuse.
Okay. Well, no, we have some homework to do here. This is good. Well, thank you very much to our panelists for bringing together, the past and the present of heritage conservation thought, adaptive reuse thought, and how those kind of two intersect in so many productive ways. Let's thank them again for their really technical.
Thank you. I love these speakers, they're on time, which is fantastic. Vividly here. Yes, speakers really covered a good job. An architect with a PhD candidate in architecture and the Faculty of Architecture and Arts, Universidad de INUJIMA'S, and the Research Center in Territory Architecture and Design. He started with architectural adaptation.
Thank you so much for the introduction. INUJIMA'S stories, architectural adaptation, and cultural memory. From the horizon of the Seto Inland Sea in Japan, across its islands and within their landscapes, architectural adaptation and art emerge as a knot, a living knot embodied, in this case, by INUJIMA, the post-industrial insular landscape that holds on to the traces of its past. It is not a static site of preservation and museological display, but a living island in continuous conversion since the beginning of this century. In this presentation, we propose a reflection on the transformation of INUJIMA Islands, where a gradual shift from single authorship approach goes on into a complex knot within a wider fabric of multiple authorships, eager to revitalize its homeland. The Seto Inland Sea shares its geological origin with the Japanese archipelago, as described by Shunya Yoshimi. Quote, about 10,000 years ago, East Asia did not yet exist as a group of islands. About 8,000 years ago, an infiltration of salt water from around the Bungo and the channels divided Honshu, Shikoku, and Kyushu into islands. As a result, the Seto Inland Sea emerged as an island-studded body of water. But the sea and its islands situated between the main islands of Honshu and Shikoku in southwestern Japan are known as Setouchi. Since ancient times, this region has become an important maritime trade route, supported by calm waters, a warm climate that define the pleasant atmosphere of these islands and their people. INUJIMA, one of the 700 islands in this region, was also a trading point in its history, largely for its high-quality granite. It was quarried for use in various monuments, most notably the stone walls at the Osaka Castle and Okayama Castle during the 16th century and for the next 4 centuries, culminating in the late 1800s when large amounts of granites were quarried and transported for the building of Osaka Port. Around 6,000 stonecutters and sailors lived on INUJIMA at this time. Throughout its history, INUJIMA has been exploited for its resources, and its landscape has been profoundly scarred by waves of modernization, primarily in the 9th and early 20th centuries. In addition to the quarrying industry, in 1909, a copper refinery was established, operating for only 10 years. due to a plummeting copper price in the aftermath of World War I. Over the next few decades, following the refinery's closure, the island's working population began to decline rapidly. In the late 1980s, Soichiro Fukutake, the current honorary chairman of the Fukutake Foundation, recognized the importance of revitalizing several post-industrial islands in the Seto Inland Sea, starting with Naoshima, then Inujima, and finally Kashima. Fukutake was aware that, quote, refineries that emitted sulfur dioxide were built on Naoshima and Inujima. Industrial waste was illegally dumped on Teshima, and both the natural environment and the islanders were subjected to torturous conditions, end quote. Fukutake invited artist Yukinori Yanagi to preserve and reuse the building materials he acquired from a house owned by writer Yukio Mishima. In the late 1990s, Yanagi traveled around the islands of the Seto Inland Sea. He was fascinated by Inujima and the overwhelming industrial atmosphere. After the visit, Yanagi and Fukutake decided to develop an art project on Inujima, sharing the purpose to create a stir within a contemporary society. To do so, they both reached out to architect Hiroshi Sanbuishi, who was attentive to the sites and islands' existing characteristics. He utilized the industrial remains and adopted a design approach that minimizes the burden on an already scarred landscape, while fostering an harmonious relationship with nature and in which architecture and art coexist silently in an underground scheme. Following the opening of the Inujima Seirenshu Art Museum in 2008, Inujima moved towards its own revitalization through architecture and art, as envisioned by Fukutake, who believes that, quote, through the medium of art and its view of contemporary society, it is possible to establish a link, an interactive relationship between Japanese and the islands with their natural treasures, and the distinctive character. Ultimately, it will culminate in a society with a more balanced sense of values and a greater appreciation of the diverse and rich culture of each individual area. A message to the world of the 21st century. Use what exists to create what is to be, unquote. Taking on this motto, architect Kazuyo Sejima and artistic director and curator Yuko Azegawa began collaborating and conceived the Inujima Art House project. As an ongoing project, it began by acknowledging and embracing the village layered history and facing its own scars that have reshaped the island's territory, adopting a caring and attentive form of adaptive intervention. In Sejima's first sketches, the way the architect reads the interrelations between different elements and layers that define the island's singularities, particularly its smallness, stands out as a key element to gradually awaken through architecture, art, and the voice of the islanders, a dormant and scarred landscape. Also, the making of architecture, as suggested by Sejima's plans, becomes an indiscernible part of the landscape as a result of Inujima's small scale, which is crucial to the successful way in which architecture and art have transformed the territory with that diversity of pre-existing features. As described by Sejima, quote, when I first visited Inujima early on one spring, I was impressed by its small size, the diversity of its scenery, its tranquility. Gradually, I came to envision galleries that blend into the existing landscape, while at the same time offering something new, not only visually, but experientially. I would create something akin to a new environment in which the newly created structures, rather than being standardized, would materialize in various forms through a process of intermingling with the existing landscape, the art and the lifestyles of the people of Inujima. In line with Sejima's view, Azegawa also acknowledges, quote, one of the impressive things about Inujima is its scale. Later, based on the discussion with the island's residents and the way the landscape changed as a result of the two newly added galleries, a certain image materialized. This was Shangri-La, 5 young promising artists were invited to produce works on this theme. The artists were further advised that their works should be able to be explained in their own words by local residents, leading tours of visitors, and tell stories about the island, unquote. One of these residents and storytellers of INUJIMA is Mrs. Zubita, who acknowledged the importance of INUJIMA'S transformation, of which it took part by being an active voice in the island's cultural revitalization, as she tells us. In these open galleries, under the curatorship of Azegawa, artists are invited to visit, to stay on the island, and through their artworks, to offer a symbiotic incursion that integrates the architectural space that contains it, as well as with the landscape, the village, and its daily life. In the first phase, empty homes and lots were transformed into exhibition spaces, and the site took shape as 3 galleries and a gazebo for rest. Some art houses were designed using existing buildings and their materials. In contrast, others were conceived as entirely new, contrasting spaces that with contemporary materials, offering a new precedent for intervening in consolidated rural villages. In the second phase, 2 more art houses and an outdoor exhibition space were completed, creating a diversified path carefully embedded within the village. By encompassing all these various dimensions of INUJIMA, these art houses offer a possibility to transcend and assume separation between art and the world. As Terim states, quote, sharp distinctions between terms such as landscape, architecture, art, history, and daily life cease to make sense. There is instead a synergy between parts, unquote. It is precisely in this synergy that we consider that INUJIMA, through this gradual and ongoing process of revitalization, has become a living island, where changes are slow, gradual, and respectful to the island's memory. As these art houses gradually emerged around the island, the insular landscape was always considered an intrinsic component of the task of considering what is this to create what is to be. On INUJIMA, architecture then becomes landscape. In 2015, Kazuyo Sejima and her practice reframed their approach towards the ongoing and gradual revitalization of INUJIMA by, quote, extending interventions across the landscape and inviting people to explore the islands as a whole, unquote. By exploring this small island with a different gaze and sensibility towards the various singularities, both natural and artificial, such as the quarry ponds, a new mapping of INUJIMA has emerged. In this map, 2 paths are traced, the one already drawn for the art houses, and the second one that considers the landscape. Akarui Eya, a new and younger resident of INUJIMA, is one of the crucial living knots that tied the island's revitalization to a planning and acting upon the landscape. Eya's intervention is a crucial and symbiotic component that contextualizes the adapted, reused, and the new architectures, and of course, the artworks that coexist with them. The INUJIMA Landscape Project, from which the INUJIMA Life Garden resulted in 2016, is an expression and praise of smallness, the key element to understanding both the architectural and artistic interventions, as well as the gradual landscape design that has been taking shape and helping to recover INUJIMA, as Akarui Eya tells us.
体力的に自然の中で、影山に近い状態いろんな夏の期間さ、景気が、今、無理やり、回復してくれる。本当にこの大きさって、大きく、1割か40ぐらいの小さな地域で、人間が手を入れたり、コミュニティでそう取り組める。一番最適な日本のできない。大きいんだよ。
In conclusion, INUJIMA, an insular world within the settled inland sea, emerges as a living island, a platform where architecture, art, and community converge, not as grand impositions, but as a sensitive praise of smallness. Here, the interventions do not seek to dominate. Instead, they reveal an adaptive, entwined tapestry that respects the existing natural and human landscapes. The tapestry of projects embodies a deliberate decentralization. It marks a shift away from the singular authorship of an architect, an artistic director, or the artist. Instead, it embraces a continuity of the living landscape made of multiple authorships. Thank you for your time.
That was very interesting. Multiple authorships in there, indeed. And some of them were world-renowned. There were set of architects there that are really quite good. Our fourth and final speaker is Paloma Castongue Refugio, an architect who is a PhD candidate in architecture at the Université de Montréal in Canada. Her talk is about post-industrial obsolescence to civic space, reconversion cultures, and architectural reviews of industrial heritage. You've got the floor.
So much. So good afternoon. I'm, as François said, trained architect and also PhD candidate, as we all are in this panel. So that's lovely. At the University of Montreal, supervised by Professor Andrea Crudeli. This presentation is part of a broader doctoral research project on post-industrial heritage. Today, I focus on two case studies to examine how architectural projects engage with processes of reuse. Rather than adopting a kind of strictly historical perspective, I approach these sites through the lens of the project and its documents, particularly the visuals that I will show you in a minute, understood not simply as records of a moment in time, but as frameworks through which knowledge is produced, and I hope questions are raised as well. From this perspective, the project is not limited to design alone. It becomes a space of discussion, mediation, and potential, where heritage, temporality, and reuse are negotiated through the interaction of multiple actors, narratives, and material conditions. Reuse is therefore understood both as a set of architectural tools and as a broader cultural paradigm within architecture and conservation. This research also builds on work conducted at Le Laboratoire d'études de l'architecture potentielle, LIFLAB, where projects are examined precisely as spaces of potentiality. Here are the two projects I examined, both located in Eastern Canada, so we're going back to Toronto. My analysis approaches industrial heritage at the intersection of institutional definitions and use-based interpretations, with particular attention to spaces of production. Industrial typologies and the spatial and constructive qualities of industrial architecture, especially its adaptability. In brief, what you see here on the screen, you have the Don Valley Brickworks in Toronto that embodies a territorial perspective where industrial activity intersects with ecology, landscape, geological history, and where successive changes in use have been supported by provincial heritage recognition. By contrast, you have the Fonderie Darling in Montreal, situated at the more neighborhood scale, I would say, within a dense urban context shaped by colonial encounters, industrialization, of course, and transport infrastructures. There too, repeated cycles of occupation and reuse have been sustained by provincial heritage recognition. Once identified as strong candidates for adaptive reuse, both sites have received public funding.
Taken together, these examples suggest that adaptive reuse may sometimes privilege new narratives aligned with contemporary uses or institutional agendas, potentially flattening the complexity of industrial memory and other buildings as well. Industrial buildings have long occupied an ambiguous position between purely utilitarian engineering works and sites of spatial and architectural innovation. Early analysis highlighted their functional logic and typological diversity, including warehouses, mills, factories, while later photographic work, what you see here on the screen, emphasized their instrumental character, shaped by calculation and process rather than design intention. These structures, often developed outside architectural conventions, introduce key innovations in materials and also spatial systems. Subsequent scholarship has reframed industrial architecture as a precursor to modernism and as a laboratory for spatial experimentation, shifting attention toward spaces of production and their capacity to endure through time. This adaptability is intrinsic to their design, as buildings were continuously modified to accommodate evolving production processes. This research builds on the recognized importance, this is nothing new here, of industrial architecture as a functional and typological category, while also extending it through the lens of adaptability. Alongside efforts to define and document industrial heritage, it emphasizes the capacity of these spaces to change over time, pursuing this line of inquiry at a specific moment in their life cycle, maybe when the industrial uses shift toward, a new public function or function. Adaptive reuse and heritage conservation develop in parallel, and in fact are closely intertwined. During the 60s and the 70s, adaptive reuse became established as a discipline with its own theoretical basis. We've been discussing this for a few days now, while definitions of heritage expanded at the same time. So beyond monuments to encompass broader building types and urban contexts. Both things are happening at the same time. This overlap points to a shared intellectual framework in which reusing existing buildings became both a practical and conceptual issue. Within this field, reuse has been approached from typological, architectural, technical, programmatic, and interior perspectives, often in tension with one another. Industrial buildings have occupied a central place in typological studies, reinforcing their importance in both heritage debates and reuse practice. Yet, adaptive reuse projects frequently combine several strategies, right? And therefore cannot quite be fully explained through one single category or approach. This reveals a persistent gap in theorizing the relationship between heritage values and reconversion projects, especially in industrial settings. Although recent studies note a growing convergence between conservation principles and architectural strategies, this dialogue remains incomplete. So I'd like to invite your participation a little bit for this last presentation. Please, don't be shy. What do we see here? Raise your hand. There are no wrong answers, of course. So what do you see here? As you consider the images individually, can you identify this place? And what about if you look at them together then?
Well, there's a quarry.
Yeah.
Structure.
Evergreen. Okay, the quarry. I think someone recognized the place actually. Yeah, so this is
The catalog of moving.
and now, what do you see here?
I don't see a quarry.
No? Look closely because, sorry?
You filled it with water.
Installation diagram.
Sorry?
Installation diagrams.
Yeah, architecture drawings. These two slides are actually showing the same place, as you may have guessed, perhaps. So, yes, this is on Valley Brickworks in Toronto, yes, Ontario. Built around 1889, industrially active for 100 years, extracting clay on site and making bricks. Ceased production in 1989, designated in 2002, and reused in 2010 as a community and cultural center, known today as Evergreen Brickworks. Now, I would like to briefly outline the research method, which remains at a preliminary stage. It combines the analysis and redrawing of plans and forms in order to document the extent of physical transformation, not only of the buildings themselves, but also of their surroundings. The work relies exclusively, for now, on publicly accessible sources, including archives, books, publications, and articles. At the same time, it seeks to move beyond a focus on physical change alone, in order to develop a broader understanding of these sites. The approach here is drawing as reconstruction, as described by Jeannette Kuo, treating representation not simply as documentation, but as a way of producing knowledge about buildings in both their productive and transformed states. Redrawing also aligns with heritage practices, where representation is often one of the first steps in understanding how and where to intervene. The visual work is paired with thematic boards, atlas board, still need to name this practice, thank you. Bringing together archival fragments, project documents, press excerpts, and heritage evaluations in order to reconstruct the genealogy of each site and its transformations. This research also seeks to situate these projects within broader territorial, urban, and heritage frameworks, rather than within the limited and contractual temporality, right, of the project alone. It asks how adaptive reuse can reveal or obscure the narratives embedded in industrial sites, and whether projects are able to establish meaningful continuities between pre-existing structures and new interventions. This redrawing presents 3 moments in time, with the brick factory in purple in relation to the quarry above it, to illustrate nearly 150 years of urban transformation, from pre-construction to today. It suggests a layered reading of the site, where traces of change remain partially visible. While highlighting shifts in land use and the adaptability of those forms, the drawing prioritizes certain moments. Critically, these moments still privilege an urbanized perspective, right? Despite the site's complex history of indigenous presence and subsequent settler, agricultural, recreational, residential, industrial, and then more recently, of course, institutional and cultural uses. Here, a reconstructed chronology based on the combination of several archival documents and heritage assessment reports, showing how the building was, you may have guessed it, more transformed and reused during its productive life than during its life as a public space. This is Darling Brothers building in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, built around 1889 as well, and industrially active for 100 years too, transforming metal on site and making different types of objects such as mechanical pumps, ceased production in 1999, reused in 2002, and then designated 20 years later, 2023, as contemporary art space, known today as the Darling Foundry. So here is a mix of historical and more recent images before and after the transformation, and I will go through them quickly because we find this running. This redrawing highlights elements of urban transformation over nearly 150 years, from the opening of the factory to the present day. It emphasizes the relationship within the immediate surroundings of the space and shaping the types of changes observed over time. In this case, the factory developed within an already built environment favorable to industrial growth, notably supported by the presence of other foundries, nearby foundries in the neighborhood. The drawing suggests how the site's evolution was closely tied to its broader urban and industrial context. Here, again, a reconstructed chronology based on the combination of several archival documents and heritage assessment reports. Note here that the provincial heritage designation came 20 years after the site was transformed into the Darling Foundry. Over nearly 2 centuries, these buildings have been continuously transformed, both in their material fabric and in their modes of occupation. Some changes were intentional, while others responded to certain circumstances, including fires, wartime production demands, and internal processes such as restructuring, expansion, and spatial optimization for work. The 2 sites share important similarities, but they also differ. however, in the timing and the role of heritage designation. At Don Valley, recognition occurred just before redevelopment, during the time, and helped secure preservation. At Fonderie-Darling, designation came later, in fact, 20 years later, once transformation was already underway, and functioned more as an institutional validation of the project's success. In both cases, former spaces of production became public places. Yes, reconversion should therefore be understood not as a rupture, but as the conversion of place-based urban heritage and development narratives. So I just thought the conclusion. I know we're almost there. This research examines industrial spaces, situating heritage through the lens of adaptability, questioning how definitions of industrial heritage relate to these for change. Two forms of flexibility emerge, one operating within an industrial heritage framework, and another through shifts towards entirely new uses. Whether transformation occurs through continuity of industrial activity or transition to post-industrial function, it raises questions that might otherwise remain overlooked and creates opportunities to revisit, document, and recontextualize these sites. This process extends beyond architecture, engaging broader historical, social, and institutional dimensions. Industrial sites are deeply tied to urban development and serve as material witnesses to it. Both heritage designation and reconversion involve selecting dates, actors, and narratives, producing layered and sometimes competing interpretations that must also respond to new programmatic demands. This creates a risk of information loss and underscores the importance of documentation and archival research, which I would argue should be integrated into architectural project phases as an ongoing process rather than an additional step. Examining public heritage buildings also reveals the role of governmental actors in shaping official heritage narratives. Thank you so much.
If you would like to sit, and if I can bring back the other speakers. So, but I mean, we're the lab. So this is the timeline between all your presentations really changed and reused. So I like to use revitalization as well. But in a panel that's concerned with single authorship and multiple authorship, I've concluded that it doesn't matter to any one of you because none of you mentioned the name of the original architect or engineer of the building or so the question is, I mean, I would like to get all your questions. I'm just getting it started. So does authorship matter to you to the extent that you don't think it's to give credit to the architect? And is authorship different for whether you credit the original makers of the original building or when you address who are dead mostly, or whether you want to address the current participants in the project and noting the authorship, give them agency. So I'm asking you this general question. So does authorship matter?
I like this question, actually. I like this question. I feel like the idea behind what I presented today was to kind of reflect critically about the kind of tension, or I even want to say sometimes division, and I say that to be a little provocative here, hear me out, between architecture work and heritage work, right? So in heritage, you would look at these sites, and the first thing you would say, the sites that I presented you today, the first thing you would say is actually who's the engineer, who's the architect. The thing is, it's probably the only thing you would say. No, it's not, but you know what I mean. You would start there and end not very far from there, right? So what I'm trying to argue today is this idea of using the heritage sensitivity or sensibility to think about history and to, yes, of course, give credit to the people who have worked in these spaces, but it's not just the architects who have worked in these spaces and who have had a relationship to these spaces, right? And I feel like all of our presentation kind of tackled that. How can the lens be broader when we give credit and give value to these places, is what I would say.
So any other speaker wants to address this question?
Well, from that from a standpoint, INUJIMA, of course, has many layers throughout its history. So, and very, very deep trauma due to big and reinforced industrialization following the Second World War. So, in this sense, Japan is facing a declining population as a very vertiginous. So, having a CEO of a company, a publishing company, Fukutake, sensitized towards these rural areas that are completely forgotten. And for the last 40 years, he has been looking upon them and believing in the power of art and architecture to revitalize these territories. The main focus is the islands itself and the islanders. And that was the same approach, the same pitch that he gave Hasegawa and primarily Kadri Sejima. She, in fact, when she visited on an interview, when she visited Inujima, she was quite frightened to be intrusive toward the islanders. So from that first impression, she wanted to dissolve that sense of the centrality of her designs. And that's why many writings and interviews, she calls the process of Inujima as an architecture of landscape that dilutes this centrality on the artistry.
I'm told we're out of time, so it's like I have to execute the out of time thing.